shit. Interesting, interesting.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Oh my god. Alright. Well, let's get this done at least. Okay. We want this. Oh man. Is it? I wonder why it's not working. Uh-oh. Yo, Cosmo. Welcome. Custom. Hmm. Uh, no. Hmm. Why does it not want to? I don't know how to install this anymore. Activate virtual. Oh shit, maybe I have to do this. Oh. Okay, dude. Yo, Super Bruno. Man. We're trying to get things ready again. I got a new setup, kind of. Yo. Just like a Sir Kuno said, yo, make sure to like the video, like the stream, like the live. Just trying to get something working here. Your mic doesn't work. Wait, is it low or it just doesn't work? Troubleshooting things right now. So that's working. Okay, how do we get this to work? Do I just go louder? Louder. Mixer. Mic. Oh my god. Wait, is that loud? Oh shit. Damn. Yo, it's loud for some reason now. Why? Okay, let's go 55. 55? Okay. Is that better? Oh, you know what? Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. I know what's going on. I'm so... Okay, I'm trolling. Chat, I'm trolling. I'm a troll. Welcome in, chat. I don't know how to stream anymore, man. I work 20-hour days in my new wizard job, and I don't know how to do shit anymore. Welcome in, Cosmo Crafter, and welcome, Sir Kuno. Welcome. Alright, what else do we fucking need? Yo, okay, background. Oh shit. Color pick special. Oh shit. Yeah, allow transparency. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, boys. How do we get all green? Yo, any green? Ooh. Wait a minute. Is this good? Transparent in cap. Oh shit. Wait. Holy shit, dude. Why? Okay, there we go. And then, okay, I see you. Okay, and then we go here. Yeah, so if you guys didn't see on my social medias, I recently got a couple new things. Not because I guess like not like really because of Black Friday, but because my hard drive was dying, and I know last week was the last week, dude. It's so crazy. Anyways, it feels like it's been like 10 weeks. And that's how it feels. But my computer was basically dying and I had no idea why. And I was like, huh, I wonder what's going on. As soon as we figure out this chroma key, and like I keep on looking at it, right? We should be able to do that. Oh wait, I'm gonna move that like chat. I'm gonna dox myself. Put that over there. Get that out of here. That's some sus stuff. Chat. You guys want to see sussiness? I bet you guys do. All right. Did we get rid of all the sus? Anyways. Chat, we got a lot. We have a lot to catch up on. Yeah. Too much. I'm gonna lower down the volume as well on that. Drama. Oh my god, chat. Dude, there's so much drama now. Testing? Oh wait, you know what? I'm gonna Are you guys hearing other shit? Wait, the gate has to be higher. The gate has to be higher. All right. And we could go like that. Okay. I think you're hearing gameplay from someone else. Oh wait, shit. Uh-oh. Wait. Testing. Oh my god. Anyways, a billionaire wants to join. What if it's Elon Musk? What the fuck? What the heck? Chat. Okay, so Path of Exile. All right. Yeah. All right. I watched like maybe like 5 or 10 minutes and I was like, maybe we don't watch this like right now. All right, PoE lovers. All right. We're here. We are here. I'm ready, boys. I am ready. Wait, oh my god, wait. Oh, that has to get changed. If it doesn't, we're gonna be our eyes are gonna be closed this whole time. Live 2D Cubism Editor API. Oh shit, you could do everything live. That'd be sick. That'd be sick if I knew how to use Live 2D again. Yeah. Yo, what's going on, guys? How's everyone doing? So the plan here today. The plan. We're gonna be watching. All right, well, let's start with the cinematic because, dude, I watched the cinematic before. It's fucking epic. I'm telling you, chat. It's epic. Heedlen 2.0. Okay. It's renamed. Okay, and then auto setup face the faces. Okay, so let's go to the hotkeys. Now we want this cape, the coat. My hair. Ooh. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay, so I remember we did like left shift plus 9. Okay, so okay. And then happy. Ooh, we're happy, chat. Okay, so happiness is record left shift, record 2. Ooh, yo, we're happy. Why are you squinting? That chat. That's what I was talking about. Dude, if I don't change this, I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be have, I'm gonna be, I'm gonna be a Pokemon character. Chat. Have you ever seen a Pokemon character, guys? Are you even old enough? Chat. Are you even old enough to know? Chat. Surely, surely, right? You guys are old enough, right? My chat is full of uh experienced individuals, right? Oh shit. Now how do I oh my god, chat? Oh, anyways, right? So the story. Yeah, my PC was dying. So I lost everything for the streaming setup. Or like when I say lost, I didn't press the save button or like bother to you know, bring a save file with me for the OBS, you know, for streaming and everything. And that's partially my fault. I could probably get it back. You know what I'm saying? Um, okay, I'm trying to think what am I looking for? Okay, Angies. Dark Destiny. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so okay. This is gonna be okay, this we're gonna record this as number 5, and they have to shift. Wait, hello? Question mark? Okay. And then the coat. Coat is 6 with shift. Oh damn, yo, you're setting everything up. Okay, 9. I'm happiness. Ooh. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, yo! Chat. I put on my coat. Are you proud of me? I can open my eyes again. Oh my god. Dark Destiny. You came at a good point. I am figuring things out again because we're like imagine you reset your PC from like uber scratch, like you started a new game in Path of Exile. Um wait, are you Path of Exile, Andy? What Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. Yo, what can I get a dark mode? Can I get dark mode? I was figuring why you were doing stuff with your eyes closed. Yeah, dude. It's not a skill issue. It's actually it's actually I'm just so good. I could do everything with my eyes closed. Yeah. Yeah. Circuno and what Cosmo? What's up? What's up with you guys? What's up with you guys? Yeah, dude, we're gonna watch this opening cinematic. Now we vibing? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Okay, so it's I don't think I set up the stream title for Kick, which is it's sort of my fault. Wait, we're not also if you came here for Factorio, Sag. All right. Log in, boys. PoE2. Oh shit, dude. Oh damn. VT Withard. Yo, oh also make sure to hit that like button on the YouTube live. Yeah, make sure to do that. And if you guys don't know, if any for newcomers, I am a Vtuber wizard. You know, we're out here from my own world. And you know, we're out here in the earths of your guys' earth doing cool wizard shit. Oh shit. Oh no. Wait, what? Why did I do that, chat? I had to redo it. Okay. Log in, boys. BIOS. Boys. Log in. PoE2. Oh my god. And then reacts to content. Ooh, content with uppercases. Yeah. Oh shit. Now how do we wait, what's going on here? Why can't I ooh, save. Yeah, how's everything going for yourself, Dark Destiny? Thank you for the follow, by the way. I much appreciate it. Anyways, chat. Anyways. So we got a couple videos here. So we're gonna watch the opening cinematic, which is fucking epic. I'm telling you right now. It is. Ooh. Oh, you know, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, dude. We have the open access beta, you know? We have the betas. We're gonna be a beta player, you know? We are a beta player. We were invited. It was great. You doing pretty great? Oh, wonderful. That's good. Yeah. I mean, we got like a new setup here. New PC screen. We are streaming and watching everything on 2K monitor once again. You know, I used to have a 2K monitor back in the day of old, and now we have one again. Yeah. So, yeah. You know what? Let's watch this. Let's watch it.
Here are the whispers.
All right. So, back to the start. Ooh, 2K. Oh, that's 2Ks. Chat. All right, chat. Are you ready? 2K Path of Exile. 2K Path of Exiles. Are you ready, chat? Stuff. I'm telling you, man. This shit is this trailer is epic. All right. It's 5 minutes long, chat. Enjoy.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Yeah, get him. Beat his ass. Oh, dude, I need that weapon. Gotta get a halberd. Oh, flames! Let's go. Could be a flame wizard.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Oh, damn.
It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, shit. It's a baddie.
It's a man.
No, it's not.
You might get the weapon. Yeah, will.
Run!
Oh, man. You got. Oh, damn! Yo, he used illusions.
Captain! Captain!
Yo. Illusion magic? PoE?
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
Oh, damn.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What's inside? Oh, no! Tentacles! Oh my god, not like this. Oh, dude, he got ate up. It's like a bait moment. You guys ever watch bait?
Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have on
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built.
Is this guy...
Bind him!
Wait, I can't remember what the...
Feed.
Is that guy like the synthesis
Grow,
guy?
my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Is this a game? Yeah, dude, this is PoE2. Oh my god, there it is. Yeah. Ah, dude. Ah, yeah, dude. Yeah, that was good, man. Holy. Yeah. I'm excited, man. Yo, next week, chat.
I had to do an announcement in the guild reason.
Yo, it's OnlyFans. Yo, look at that. All right, Path of Exile 2. What else do we have to watch? So we have to watch this end game content stuff, and so let's bring up their YouTube channel.
Existence is
Crazy. I'm not subscribed. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, dude, Cosmo. This is Path of Exile 2. All right, so we have to watch the end game content reveal. Druid gameplay. Ooh. Okay. Dude, there's so much to watch, chat. Like, some of these videos are a year old. I haven't watched them. Okay, the GG. So we've watched that one. Gameplay walkthrough. Early access gameplay trailer. Ooh. Wait, okay, let's watch this one. This might be good.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious,
Yo, look how
but
it looks so
impermanent.
detailed.
Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can
Cosmic
be no
Goon.
salvation
How's it going, man? Welcome,
without
man.
sacrifice.
Yo. Damn, Scott. Oh my god, look at that skill tree. The passives. Could be a demon mommy. Hello, Cosmic Goon. How's it going, man? Welcome in. Is that Cosmic Factory?
We are faced with
Bro.
the end, and I will do what I must.
Oh, what is it? End game goodies. Yo, look at all that. Oh my. That's passive tree number 2. Yo, these bosses look epic.
Those who obsess with death,
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
let
Yo,
them
welcome in.
soon be acquainted with it.
Yo, this guy's got wings for hands. This guy's got hands for wings. Oh, bruh, I can't. It's too much. I'm gonna goon. It's so good. All right. All right. Okay, what's next? Wait. What is next? Scepter item skill teaser. All right. Let's watch this. 41 seconds. Scepter. Okay, so all right, let's look at this. So this grants the skill level 18 Malice. So Malice is probably a skill, I'm guessing. Increased 67% spirit. So that's something new. You know, we don't know what spirit is yet, but I'm guessing it has something to do with maybe there's like spirit damage. It kind of looks like he's using like he has like his own mobs. Allies in your presence have 40% attack speed, elemental res, and minions have 39% maximum life. So this is a pretty good scepter for goodies. All right, so the Malice buff is a persistent aura. Emits an aura that can that continuously inflicts critical weakness. Oh. Critical weakness duration is 4 seconds. Applies critical weakness to enemies every 0.66 seconds. So maybe it's like a continuous debuff that gets stronger the longer it's on a character. So like if it lasts 4 seconds, you could like it'll stack like multiple times every 0.6 seconds. So potentially like have like 5-7 stacks or something. I think that's what's going on. Okay, and then have like a little bone throwy thingy. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so this one is called Discipline. Allies in your presence have 118% damage increased. +3 to all minion skills. Emits auras, grants allies in your presence energy shield. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's the right discipline. And I rarely use discipline in PoE1. That's 38% of your maximum mana to their total maximum energy. Oh, so it scales off of mana. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, all right. What else do we got? Lightning Ball Archmage in Sigil of Power teaser. This was 3 days ago. Okay, let's check this out. What is this all about? Okay. So he's got Lightning Ball. 750% more chance to shock. So I think this is what this is going to be doing. Say if you have like a 10% chance to shock or something. Like this will boost it to like 70%. Or, you know, like I don't know the numbers. I'm just making a guess of what it would be. What it would be. But, you know, like you'd have like almost guarantee to shock a creature. And then you have Archmage. Spell gain 5% damage as lightning damage for each. Wait. Spells gain 5% of light damage as lightning for each 100 maximum mana you have. Okay. Spells cost an additional 5.35 maximum mana. Then a support called Wild Shards. The support spell skills that fire projectiles have a chance to fire many additional projectiles in a circle. Support skills have a 20% chance to fire 8 additional. Oh. Whoa. Okay. That seems pretty cool. Yeah, like, dude, that looks sweet. Bro, this looks like a weird. Alright, so this is Sigil of Power. Okay, so. Whoa, this looks +5 to all lightning gems. Okay. Extra damage as extra lightning. Or gain damage as extra lightning. Okay. And then this gives you level 20 Sigil of Power. Gain a stage for when you spend a total of 50% of your maximum mana while in the area. So you stand in an area, you gain stages. The buff grants 14% more spell damage per stage. Oh. Interesting. Okay.
I want to do a game like this myself.
That's funny. Interesting. Let's see. Boss design. Let's watch this. I'm kind of curious. Before that, though, chat. Cheers to you. We have a bottle of beer here. Ting. No. Nothing like chilling in a tavern watching PoE. Yeah. All right. Boss design. Design. Oh, damn.
I think, honestly, making bosses in Path of Exile 2 is the most satisfying part of the job. It is so enjoyable from start to end. Even after it's gone out, it's satisfying. I think if I could choose to do anything all the time, full time, that would be the single thing.
Oh, that's cool. Origins of a boss.
Bosses in Path of Exile 2 come about two major ways. You obviously have the more traditional approach where you create a narrative and you design a boss around that narrative.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself!
Yo, that is sick. Oh, wait.
The second way, which I think is something
let's watch that again. Yo, you got impaled. Boom.
The second way, which I think is something
that's sweet,
can be very unique and create some of the more interesting encounters, is letting the creative genius of our artists do what they need to do.
You know, just from seeing this right here, I'm getting the feeling that like technology is gonna play like a big part of like PoE2 as well. Like there might be a class that's like hidden from us that like we just haven't like seen, and it's maybe in like the process of like being developed, and it'll deal with like technology, maybe like a mech or something, or I don't know.
Letting the creative genius of our artists do what they need to do. They can come up with something completely abstract, and this is how you get some of the most awesome things, because all of a sudden it can be something with 100 tentacles or 9 limbs or no limbs or 1,000 teeth or none, and obviously things that aren't even in my imagination.
Yo, that is so sweet.
Well, a boss in Path of Exile 2 ultimately is the culmination of decades of experience, making hundreds, if not thousands, of bosses in its predecessor, taking all that knowledge together, and puts it in a package that delivers the best of what could possibly be of boss encounters in an action RPG environment with bosses that are utilizing Souls-like mechanics.
Oh, okay. So their inspiration is kind of like
despite the fact there's over 100 bosses and more to come, a lot more to come. Every single boss fight is completely unique, hand animated from scratch. It is designed from scratch, it is balanced from scratch, and it doesn't reuse a single asset in our library or anything like that.
Oh, that looks sweet. Okay, that looks like it's very similar to like the Katava flamethrower.
One of the main challenges balancing boss fights in Path of Exile 2, especially compared to its predecessor, you have to, in a single attempt, reduce the boss from full life to 0 in order to then progress through. If a player cannot defeat them now, then they're stuck. Which helps in many ways because it makes the bosses feel so much more satisfying to kill once you do overcome it and learn it.
Okay,
It is very, very important to us that Path of Exile bosses, mechanics, especially around telegraphing, feels fair to the user, as opposed to them being cheated out of something when they happen to die. We want to make sure that hitboxes are accurate, and of course, when something hits you, it feels like it hits you.
Yeah.
It ultimately makes it feel that much more satisfying when you kill it, and you feel that much more pride when you are able to overcome something difficult, knowing that the game hasn't robbed you of this thing. At the end of the day, you want to see that healthy balance where some people are struggling, and you want to see that moment, that second-hand moment where someone overcomes that challenge and is so happy for doing so. And so I'm looking forward to that.
Bro, that pillar fell on his face. I haven't been counted, but dude, there's a lot of bosses. That's a lot of bosses. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of bosses, chat. Okay. We want this one. Okay. I'm gonna go get more beer, and we do have a bottle of soju, chat. I'm telling you, man. It's literally celebration for a new game that's gonna come out. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sweet. I'm celebrating, man. Yeah, it's gonna be sweet. So we'll be right back. We'll continue watching some of this stuff. I need more. We're out. Alrighty, we are back. All right, chat. We got the goodies. Alrighty. New mercenary skills is 9 seconds. Gameplay walkthrough with Sony Interactive. Okay. We want to watch more PoE2. Early access gameplay trailer. So we watched that. Scepter we watched. Let's refresh. Yeah, I think we just watched the PoE2 endgame content reveal. I think that's what we do.
Totems have.
All right, so let's watch from the beginning
just
because
what are we
I don't
facing
really
here?
remember the rest. Okay, so yeah, okay, there we go. We already watched the cinematic, which was epic.
Jonathan Rogers, game director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence
Wait a minute.
is a thing of beauty. Precious.
Wait, I think there's like I didn't notice this whole time. The audio's doubled because oh my god, dude. I didn't even know. Wait.
But impermanent.
I didn't know.
Life
I don't
and
even need the
death
desktop
are
audio.
mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
No wonder it sounded weird.
Continuation of life must be protected at all
Yo,
costs.
how do I open this? That looks sick.
Some have said my methods are brutal.
This has
I say
this kind of has like Aztec vibes. I'm really liking that. Let's see. Yeah, I'm really liking the Aztec vibes of this.
there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Yeah, this part looks sick too. Like it showing off like all the end game goodies.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Ray class
A spoon, the ultimate weapon to open beer bottles with. Dude, this beer bottle just like does not want to open. Like I'm not even able to twist
any
it.
sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Alright, got it. We're exiled again.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city.
Okay.
There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Okay.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing Palm.
Dang.
Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Yo,
now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire.
Okay.
Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
How supports are going to affect skills.
The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells.
Yo, it's
While
just
holding
like
up your shield,
Dark
your stun
Souls.
meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge. which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Okay.
The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
That looks cool.
Time for some ranged attacks. The
Yeah, we
ranger
got the
is primarily
ranger.
about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and
Wait,
physical
so-
attack.
Even from here, like, the ranger isn't bound just to a bow, right? So, like, you can switch to, like, daggers or spears, and, like, there's elemental, there's a flail, crossbow, like, and I'm sure, like, there'll probably be even more different types of weapons, right? They got axe, yeah, because, like, in the main game, they had axe, mace, sword. A flail is new. The quarterstaff is new. The spear is new. So yeah, like I mean, yeah, there's a lot more melee weapons. It looks like. And I guess like spells are occult and elemental, and then I'm guessing primal. I'm guessing primal is actually like druid stuff. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works. That'd be kind of cool.
Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
That is sweet.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot.
Okay.
Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types.
Oh.
Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters.
Okay.
You can gain more
okay.
slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too.
Yeah, this is kind of like what I'm talking about. Like, you know, like technology based. So like technology is advanced in, you know, PoE. So you got like repeating crossbows, grenades and shit. So yeah, I think it's pretty interesting.
It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use Armor Piercing rounds to break their armor, and then High Velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you...
Okay. So you can have different weapons, right? But what if you have like... Alright. Hear me out. What happens when you have like two different weapons, right? Dual wielding. Say like an axe and sword. Can you do that? You know what I mean? Like, can you have axe and sword and then you combine their abilities to create different combos? I think that could be cool.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit.
Oh yeah, okay,
this is a Spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Yo, Raging Spirits!
For the witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions.
Blamey boys.
These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one.
Oh.
Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists.
Okay, so like you'll have like a certain amount of spirit, and then you can get items to increase that spirit. And then you use the passive to get more spirit. And you know, like, and then you can use the spirit to get minions. And yeah. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I like that.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. Ooh. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down.
Yeah, curses.
There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her
sorceress.
Foe. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills
I do have a thing for a sorceress.
More. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others.
Yo, lightning! You
For
become
example,
Palpatine.
Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles.
Oh my god! Wait, dude! Fire lightning! What the heck? What the heck? Yo, I'm doing that! Fire lightning!
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access.
Okay.
But we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo.
Oh,
the possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Okay, here we go,
Path
boys.
of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work.
Alright, let's see.
If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen.
Okay, so
Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the
you can only have one support of each on your character. Okay. So if you already use, say, the chance to poison, you can't put that on another. You can't have a second one and put that on another skill. Interesting. Okay.
recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide.
Yeah, build guides.
So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Ooh, yeah, the gold. We're talking about, boys.
The tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even
Chaos
larger assets
Singulation.
called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Bro, that's like some D&D shit.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization.
Okay.
Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Oh shit, okay.
Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional
I really like the map. That's really cool. It looks very not like cartoonish. I don't know how to explain it, but it looks like very grim and dark. Oh. Act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's Act 1, 2, and 3. Huh. Interesting.
encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find
Ritual! Yo, let's go!
use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right?
Yep.
Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
Oh.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Another important area of crafting items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This
that's cool. That's cool.
Is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to...
That's like it's like a callback to Diablo 2 or something, man. You know? It's not like you don't put the skills on your weapons anymore. It's just like use the slots for extra goodies like gems and shit. Or in this case, like what was it called? Ruins?
You can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee.
Okay.
Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
I love it.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build.
Ooh.
They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Oh, that's so sick.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Oh.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
That must be the
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
What?
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
That's sick!
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using temporal
Time is your... Bro, I'm so fucking down. That's sweet, man.
Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
Okay.
Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Oh, that's sweet.
With Crushing Impacts,
Titan
every hit
sounds
becomes
awesome.
a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
Yo, true.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
That seems really useful as well.
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Oh, that's so cool.
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire.
I want to be a Blood Mage now.
Of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Everyone in the MOM
Pact,
in D&D wants to be a Blood Mage.
Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life.
1 second, boys. You know, I forgot to change something. Interesting. I didn't go live with the YouTube one. That's so annoying. All right, well, Sag. Okay. There we go. Sag.
And with Vitality Siphon, she can use her will drop life remnants, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create...
Right. Yeah, I'm doing Blood Mage. Yeah, I'm a Blood Mage. Is that part of the Witch? Surely. Yeah, I think that's part of the Witch, right?
As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion, deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a contagious number of stacks more quickly while firing. The Witch can ascend into the...
Oh, yeah, that's the Witch. Yep. We're gonna be a Blood Mage. Yeah, that sounds sweet, man.
Shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense
Sorcery ward.
against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead.
Oh.
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
Yo, that's so
Integrated
sweet.
Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place.
Yeah, true. Yeah, tell us.
Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
Okay.
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a
that's so
Sekima,
cool.
and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will,
Like
cunning,
little
and
scimitars.
patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Oh. Yo, I want a gin.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Oh, this is it's basically
In the Trial of the Sekimas,
they took the trial thing and they made it into this.
each room has its own challenges to overcome.
It's a roguelike. Chat, it's a roguelike.
In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again.
You need
It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run.
Okay. Yeah.
One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot.
Ooh, yeah, dude.
The keys you
loot.
have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
Oh.
While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum.
Ultimatum!
Many have attempted these trials.
Ultimatum has been turned into a trial for ascendancy. Yo, that's pretty sweet, man.
In search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
I actually really liked the trials.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk.
100%, man.
Each
Double or
tribulation
nothing.
you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class.
Oh, that's pretty sweet, man.
Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Alright, game structure.
So
Here we
far,
go,
we've
boys.
only been showing you footage from the
is the
campaign,
juice.
but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league.
Yeah, true.
We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Okay,
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is, that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3...
Alright. Chat, I've been around. I've been around since the beginning. This is very similar to what happened in the beginning. Early access Path of Exile #1. They did this. They did this exact thing. You had act like 1 and 2. And then there would be like cruel difficulty or like the next difficulty. And then you do the story mode again. But at you know, you're at your higher level, you got cool shit. Yeah, it's they back then, you know, they didn't even have end game. They just had the 2 acts, and that's all you did. Yeah, you just did the 2 acts. Yeah, no end game, man. That's crazy.
3 acts will be removing cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame?
Yeah, what is
to explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions.
Whoa, what do you mean infinite? Wait a minute. Yo, Chad, Chad, it's infinite. It's like delve. God, yo, we're delving, but in maps. In the Atlas, we're delving in the Atlas. Holy shit, boys. The Atlas has become delve.
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure.
but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Oh shit.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free.
Okay,
if
so
you
essence
defeat
is
them,
bad.
the essence they drop
Still
can
have
be used to
essence?
upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
Expert lace boots.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Ooh, 35%!
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now.
Now, so you could explore, but can you redo the maps that you've already done? You know, you're like, oh, I really like this area because it has these three things. I wonder.
Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
Hey dude, we need some hideouts here.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking.
So you could do, like just go blind, or you could look for the towers, or like I'm guessing like a tower is like, oh, there's a tower over there, let's go get it. And then you could, and then you just you see everything. Ooh, that's good.
Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you...
Wait a minute. No way. No way, dude. That's 3 skill trees. That's Chad, that's 3 skill trees. Oh my god.
Much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't...
Oh my god. Wait, is that 4? Yo. That's dude, that's 4. That's 4 skill trees. The passive skill tree. The skill tree for your prestige, or what do you call it? Your ascendancy. Then the boss skill tree. And then what is this?
Feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you
the Atlas, and then this is the Atlas skill tree.
7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas.
Good, man.
Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If you played PoE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE2, we have created sequels to several PoE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets.
What do you mean about...
Clicking on...
What do you mean more encounters?
A completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining.
Oh. So there'll be like 2 breaches.
Do more breaches, find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
Uncut skill gem.
Getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly...
Advanced plumed focus. Breach precursor tablet. Okay. Gold.
Domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them.
Yeah, that's right.
Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the...
Another layer. I need more layers. I need more. Give me more.
The quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs.
Catalysts.
You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a vile technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Oh, wait! When you kill things, the time goes up.
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Oh, damn. We who are one. Yo, he's using his finger. He's got finger guns. Oh, damn.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these...
When he said that, I was like, wait, a fifth one? A fifth one? I was like, no way! I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready.
Points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breakfast.
Oh, I died.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King of the Mists.
Thank you. I love chat. I love Ritual. Dude, that... Oh, man.
If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars.
Yes.
Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed to the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals.
I like that.
If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Azmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you
best
can get
content
for
for last.
And you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree.
Okay, you gotta do on your own, boys.
Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you.
Delirium.
Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium.
Delirium, boys! Oh my god, chat. I could see myself. I can see everything. There's no audio. fuck? Huh. Of the game? You can only hear like my voice? You hear nothing? What the fuck? You're trolling me. What the fuck? This guy's trolling me.
Across the area, infecting.
Oh my god, dude, I'm being trolled. He's his inner Tana from previous campaigns is activated. Yeah. The biggest troll in the games. Anyways. Let's see. Hey there. I'm writing to wait. Hey there. I'm writing to propose a collaboration opportunity that I believe could mutually benefit you as a streamer. My goal is to help talented streamers like yourself reach a wider audience and increase your viewership. And followers, I have a strong and wait, what? Why would you? No, dude, you messed up on the period. He messed up. Anyways, I have a strong network of gaming enthusiasts and social media followers who are always on the lookout for exciting new streams. Add me on the Discords. Chad, do you think I should add him? Elise of York. Welcome. Hey, how's it going? We're watching PoEs. Yo, we are 1 hour into the end game content reveal. Yo, how's it going? Welcome into the stream. How you doing, man? Welcome.
In your mind, you must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get.
Huh? Wait. Huh?
Your gear.
I need to watch that.
They are also
I need to watch that again. It's too much content.
These also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree.
Okay.
This is like gaining an extra
he put it. Okay, that was
passive point for free,
right,
attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them.
Really good. Excited for Friday, dude. Same. Yo, I feel it, man. I feel it, dude. Yo, I'm so excited. Dude. There's so much.
Bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your in-game maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your in-game maps. The tablets you can find from Delirious can be used to
yeah, so true, bestie. Yeah, let's see. Even though we probably won't be able to play because everyone is going to be furiously clicking the login button. Well, so, I mean... Wait, I guess so. I mean, I guess you're right. Like, how many people are going to be buying the early access? You know, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Is there a way to see how many PoE players there are? Path of Exile live player count. Okay. Online players 77,000. Active players in the last 30 days is 3 million. The peak players is 95,000. I mean, that's what it's saying on this active player thingy statistic. Let's see. Average players monthly. Max players 6 million. Let's see. April 2023, there was a max player daily of 3 million. Let's see. I would say a lot of people after Blizzard D4, we took shots at the game. I went and bought the most expensive supporter pack. D4 bad. Yo. Yeah. Yeah. I think like I meme about Diablo 4, but I do think like D4 definitely has its ups and it definitely has its downs. I'm not too sure what the new DLC is like, but it's like I'm like I have to buy a new game, like it's basically like you have to buy another DLC. And like how much does it actually have? Time said Jonathan said that they're expecting at least 50K, 500K, 500,000 chat at launch day, which is above their expected amount. The new DLC is literally just a class for content. That's it. Get nothing else of value. You see, that's is there no like story aspect to it? Like like no extra story to it? I thought like it was supposed to be coming out with like extra story bits. Like if it's got no extra story, then yeah, that's pretty. I don't know, man. That's pretty. I don't know. I don't know how much I agree with that. You gotta be yeah, you gotta add something to it. I don't know, man.
Further improve it. Increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards
how
the
lazy
pinnacle
they are.
encounter
The
of
seasonal
Delirium.
event, no
Speaking
new
of which,
cosmetics.
every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create.
Ooh. Wait, this looks pretty. Chat, you guys can't. I don't know if you guys can see what I see, but I'm seeing everything in 2K, half the amount of 4K, and it looks pretty. Look at all that little magic weaves. We love magic around here.
Strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Oh.
Next up,
Expedition?
we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible.
These ants aren't big enough for the two of us, chat.
Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts.
Chaos Orb, Broken the Circle Amulet. Yeah, that's familiar.
You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin,
New
and Gwenin
seasonal
will
event
exchange
has
the
no
artifacts
new
for useful
cosmetics.
items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find.
That kind of sucks.
Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These
I
are
don't know,
special
maybe they-
maps full of buried treasure and relics.
Maybe they gave up on
Essentially one
Diablo
giant
4.
dig site. Here, you can create an extremely
Like-
long chain of explosives.
I'm pretty sure they are like pumping out stuff for like WoW still. And I don't know, maybe like their whole team is just too stretched out. And they're just doing too many projects. I don't know. Like they're maintaining basically an MMO. Basically 2 MMOs, because while D4 is kind of like an ARPG, I think they treat it more like a MMO, in my opinion, as well. It's like a half-half, I think. You know what I mean?
And go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree.
Something about
those
this
are the
event
in-game
doesn't
systems on
even
the
make
Atlas,
sense.
but we are not done yet. The
Maybe
trials we
turns
talked about
a witch,
earlier
in
have
fact,
much
as a
more content when
necromancer,
you get to
just
endgame
cleanse the
too.
corruption
Just
from
like
the
the
dead
other endgame
ancestors
systems, they
or
also
convert them.
have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained
Diablo
from them.
ain't even
As you
Diablo
get higher
like
level
anymore.
points for the trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in
Yeah,
total,
they've definitely
leading
strayed
to
away
another
from,
pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor,
I
which
guess,
can only
like,
be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is
OG
where you'll
Diablo.
find jewels, which you can socket into your tree.
I'd always
These are
actually
like
been
passives
curious
that you
about
can
like
craft
trying
with your
out like
currency items.
like
They can
Diablo
be really
1.
powerful as
you
they
know?
allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily
That's on the
accessible on the
PS1,
tree
right?
normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree,
Oh.
so it's possible to gain a lot of power
Wait,
here.
okay, wait,
There are
I like this. I actually really like this. This is like travel jewels while you're traveling somewheres. Or travel jewels. Jewel sockets while you're trying to travel somewheres. I actually really like that. Instead of like you're traveling somewheres and you're like, okay, I will have to spend a point. This is just you get it on the way, you know, what you're doing, you know? I think it just makes sense. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Also, other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this...
Alright, let's look at this. The Last Flame Incense Relic. Maximum Honor. I think Honor is part of... What's this one called again? I forgot what this was called. I'm not gonna lie, I don't do this often enough.
Says
oh, also, Time,
flame.
yo, welcome in.
If you
Welcome
use
in.
it, you will have only one
How's
honor
everything
for
going
the
with
entire
yourself?
Trial. So you will need to do a
Time.
completely hitless run.
RL.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards.
Fuck yeah, that's what we're talking about, boys.
Up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs.
Yeah.
Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might reroll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Yo, that's pretty sweet.
Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well.
Corrupt
The Trial
uniques.
Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out.
Trial Master's
Had
Tower.
enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content
Pinnacle
in
boss.
Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an uber act boss.
Defeat enemies.
You can see one of them inhabiting
Seems
the
easy
city,
enough.
but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful.
What,
if you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader,
what
they
class
will
are you
move
guys
on, and you will
thinking of
need
starting?
to find them again. Kill all the uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
Of course, this is Path of Exile. There's always another tree. Oh, I love it. Time, he said Infernalist. Okay. I'm thinking Blood Mage myself. I was like, go Blood Mage? Okay. You know? Everyone and their mom wants to be a Blood Mage. Yeah. At least if you're a mage, you know, because this is the most edgy thing that you could ever do. You know? Literally.
Easier challenges for PoE2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480 US, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store.
That's me.
If you just want early access to PoE2, then you can get a key in the $30 US early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers and the red...
You guys thinking of starting? The fuck?
All the uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't
not.
going to spoil
Of course. What the fuck? Hello? Copy. Oh. Okay. Did it work?
Veil of
Who
Ogham,
knows?
and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Yeah, look at that cute little guy. He's just a little guy.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-Hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues.
Ooh.
This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile
Hillock.
1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following
Oh,
this
it's so
tradition,
cute.
all packs in the series will also contain a new themed
Kawaii
Kiwi
desu.
pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
He's so loyal.
Become the ruler
It's
of
like,
the
yeah,
desert.
I'll
with the
join
king
you.
of the
I'll join you
Farad'n
guys.
supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet. But the
Oh
boots
my
are
god,
covered
he's
in
floating.
sand.
I need
If
that.
you prefer to show them off,
He's
you can turn the gliding
floating.
off if you want.
Wait, I need that.
The accompanying back attachment
How much does
equips
that
you with
cost?
two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Farad'n's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Farad'n, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel
Fuck
across
yeah.
the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use,
along with
or use decorations from
making
elsewhere in the game.
hideouts on the
Additionally,
Atlas.
you'll get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Oh
The
my
King
god,
of the
dude, I
Farad'n
need that
Kiwi
too.
pet.
You
And
can
last but not
decorate
least,
your
a statue
pets.
depicting the Val Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from
Oh
the
my
previous
god,
tier.
chat,
so you'll get all
I'm
the
gonna be
items from the
homeless
Lord
pretty
of Ogham
soon.
supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Val supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Val and their pursuit of science
Whatever
and
happened to that
progress.
Vtuber? Yeah, he went homeless because
You
he was
can
playing
find
Path
the
of
Soul
Exile.
Core weapon effect in this pack,
Like, really?
which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon.
It would be like that,
This
man.
pack also contains
all my
Doryani's
gold.
Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Val weapon you'll find.
I'm not
It
gonna
also
lie,
contains
guys.
the Wand of the
I
Thaumaturge
really
skin
love the Aztec
and the Royal
feel
Sacrifice
to
Dagger
everything
skin.
in this game.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Val did. Thaumaturge of the Val supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Val Kiwi pet. And the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to
thank you for
even
the
impress the
follow.
ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
Welcome. Welcome,
Overkill, you say?
so
I think the Karui people would disagree.
JD.
Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies that you slay to crush them to a pulp?
How's it going,
Replace your
man?
crafting
Welcome.
bench in your hideout with the
Are you a Path
ancestral
of Exile
canoe
fan?
crafting bench, where ancestral chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
Ooh.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces.
Okay.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi.
Fuck yeah.
Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present, and of the future.
That's the
Of
that's
course,
the
it's not all
guy.
about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie.
Oh man.
Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast
Bro,
armor
I'm
set
gonna be
and
so
back
shiny.
attachment come made with the finest
Is
materials
that
in
gonna be
Rayclast,
me?
and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power.
Divine.
Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why
Okay.
restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of
I'm here
small
to
islands
liberate.
and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just watch the
What?
tiers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose.
Oh.
Decorate each island as you see fit to
Chat,
best
I
represent
need
your
this.
well-earned hideout.
Please. Help me.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
No.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator though, is not just about sitting in your throne.
Look down at the plebs. If you're not, if you look at me sitting on my throne. Look how rich I am. No way, dude. Only someone who could spend $400 can sit on this throne.
If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
Oh, I love it.
Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin.
Ooh.
The Deliverance crossbow skin. The Justice flail skin. And the Redemption shield skin.
For justice!
Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
Oh yeah,
With
oh
the
yeah.
help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
Oh.
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary.
Whoa.
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a
hell yeah,
message for
man.
the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
Huh? Okay.
Now almost all of these items are available to use in PoE1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout
Yo, that
early
guy
access.
just got fucking rocked.
We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support.
It's like feel the
Without you
totem.
guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around,
Q&A
because
with
coming up
Ziggy
next, we have
D.
a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Alright. Oh shit. Hey, we finished it. Yo, an hour. Yo, that went by fast, chat. An hour and 20 minutes. Yo, that's pretty good. Holy moly. Wait, is there anything else to watch? Is there anything else? What else do we have? Path of Exile 2 will shock the world. Gazzy has a 2-hour interview. Is it good? Wait, should we watch it? Have you watched it? Oh my god, dude. It's too much. It's too much content. Not enough time. the gameplay demo for PoE2 on PlayStation. Mirror drops. I've seen it, and there's a lot of info there. Oh god. It was more of a podcast. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. For sure. Yeah, for sure. Gazzy? Well, let's look at it for a little bit. I actually don't watch Gazzy. I don't think I've ever... Oh, okay, so I kind of know this person, but I've never really watched his content.
See ya. So sorry about the...
Oh, you sent me the link? Yo, checking it. I'm guessing this is the one. Is it? Yeah. I'm guessing this is the one. Copy. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Hell yeah, boys. Oh yeah. Also, chat. Make sure to hit the like button. Subscribe to the YouTubes. Go to the Twitches. Follow. Find the social medias. Yeah. All right, I'm done. I'm done with the shill. There you go. Bog.
Delay, everybody. We are here. Thanks for waiting. And take it away, Gazi, with the intro.
1080.
All right. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Tavern Talk. We have lost track of which episode this is, but this time we have Jonathan with us yet again to talk about PoE2. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Obviously the response to the live stream we did was kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what we really expected, but certainly there seems to be a lot of hype. So yeah, it's a bit scary, but I think we're doing pretty well.
Oh, for sure. Big congratulations on the reveal. It was fantastic. Like the intro scene, I think it blew everybody away. Absolutely astonishing. I mean, DM, what do you think about the reveal? Like, I'm rating it at a 12 out of 10 so far. It's been the best one yet.
I mean, obviously everyone liked it. I would say that kind of expected it to be good because I was able to get the early sneak peek and, see it in LA earlier on. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be pretty well received. One of my questions I did have for you to go right.
Yeah, dude.
We're going to do general questions, and then we're going to pretty much almost immediately go into like more specific questions. And these are questions mostly just pulled from the community.
I think
the answers to, but one of the general
Fluffy
that I had for you was it seems like there's
no wait.
more and more
Did you guys were you guys able to try it at like the convention?
We saw things like the skulls on the map.
I don't know if you guys did or not
for this before. So I was kind of hoping you could walk us.
I know they showed off Path of Exile 2.
We really want to have more focal point on exploration in the game.
So, I mean, to start with the story stuff like that, I mean, we really want to make sure that we're doing better than what we had in PoE1 with regard to story. Like, a lot of people get through PoE1 and they never even realize what it is, like what the story even was.
Oh, you didn't get a chance to try that packs?
Like, there's just, you really want to have that fantasy of like, you're playing a fantasy game, right? Like, and I think exploration is a huge part of that. So there was a thing that happened, in terms of like the icons on the map and everything like that. There was kind of a moment when we realized that people actually didn't realize how much content there was in the game. Like there was a situation where people would like walk past things, they wouldn't know that maps contain stuff. So we're like, okay, when people are dying to bosses all the time, there is stuff out there for them to find. They're just not actually finding it. They don't know that it's there. So the icon on the map thing was just like a really good step towards actually making it so that you realize, oh, you know what? This is actually a game where if I explore, I will be rewarded. And there's been quite a lot of other things like that we've done as well. Like, we've tweaked the random level generator.
No, that makes sense.
Like to make it like so that you've got things like...
I mean, like, honestly, like, if you're like a new player playing for the first time, PoE1, by the way, like, there's just so much, right? Like, you're never gonna figure everything out in like one playthrough or in like in one session. There's too much.
where when you come to dead ends, we try to make sure that there's stuff in dead ends for you to find. And of course, there's this like the particular encounters that we have, like like every area we try to have like 2. In some cases, there might even be 3, like sort of just like handmade like little things you can find. And we're actually keen to expand on that as well. So one of the things that I'm keen to do is to have a larger
Dark Destiny. Hey, welcome to the
pool
stream.
of these kinds of things in the game than what you get the first time you go through an area, and they can be random. And then we could even consider having it so that when we do the when we go between leagues, the set of them that gets picked for each area could be randomly selected from those. Like, we don't have that at the moment, but it's like something that I'm very keen to do, because I think that, obviously replayability, it's with an action RPG, it's like a huge thing. By having more of these things, you just want, so like every time you go through the campaign, you just get a feeling of like, oh, there's stuff here I haven't noticed before, there's stuff there I haven't
Yeah, dude, that's so important too. Like having replayability, like going like just like what he said, going through it, finding something new, and like that counts for like a lot of games. Like if I'm playing a good example is like Baldur's Gate. I'm playing through, I've done like maybe like 2-3 full playthroughs of like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, or number 1, and I think I finished number 2 like once. But yeah, just like finding like weird quests and figuring out like how to do something quicker, or it's like, oh, you could do this, you could be a certain class and get like different answers. And even like Baldur's Gate 3, like same thing. Like going through the game again as like a different class, a different race, or with different backgrounds, and you get different answers for so many parts of the game. And it's actually it's so important for like replayability, because it 100% makes you want to continue playing, going through like a game like Baldur's Gate 3 that's 100 hours long. Like if you're like not trying to complete it like super fast, if you're going through it slowly. Yeah. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
Like just little things, and I think those little things really contribute. And we even started doing that a little bit with PoE1. Once we sort of realized we wanted to do this stuff, even with PoE1, we started saying, okay, every league, when we put one out, we want to have like 20, 30 just like tiny changes to the campaign that we can do, just so that next time you go through it, you just sort of feel like, hey, like here's just something random that I never noticed before. And I think that's like, it's funny because it's not really a headline feature.
Dark Destiny,
like,
do you play PoE1
league? It's not like saying, oh, here's like a bunch of these little things. Like, it doesn't really get anyone very excited. But I think that when you actually play through it, there's just that feeling of like, oh man, I never saw that before. And it just kind of gives you just a better experience. So I think that feeling of just like, just finding random stuff is really important. We want to do that as much as we can.
That's really funny that you mentioned that, because like, I don't know how many times I've gone through the campaign. I play the game for 10.5 years, and every time I see something new, I'm like, how have I missed this after a decade of playing this game? Because there's none of the patch notes. It's always so surprising.
Yeah.
Guys, you want to go with the...
Yeah, I think we just jump into it. We've made a list here to make sure it's structured, because we have a tendency of asking repeat questions in the past, and we'll try to make sure that's not happening this time. So the next question we have, we're going to jump into, is that a PoE2 is focused on new player experience, eliminating a lot of requirements for going to third-party tools or third-party sites. And a commonly asked question is that if we're going to be able to search and look up, say, monsters and their abilities in-game, sort of like a Necronomicon or Wiki in-game, can we expect to see this?
This is something that I'd be super keen to do, especially because of the fact that some of the monster models are so awesome. You don't really get to appreciate them from game camera perspective. Like, so like every weekend, my friends come over, and I like to show them like, hey, here's what we've been doing on PoE2 recently. But the thing is, I've got the tools. I can like open up the.
Do I watch anime? Yeah, I do. I watch. I mean, I guess I don't watch a fuck ton like I used to, but I think like every season an anime comes out, I'll find like 1 or 2, maybe 3 that I'm like, oh, this is really cool, and I'll watch the whole season as it comes out. Right now I'm watching anime. Okay, chat. What anime is everyone watching right now? Let's see. Watch animes. Watch anime chat. Home. Let's see. I'm kind of watching the Demon Lord 2099. Let's see. What else are we watching? There's a bunch this season that I have not really bothered to try watching. Sadly. Ongoing, upcoming, ongoing. The healer who banished, who who was banished from his party is in fact the strongest. Yeah, watching that one. What else? Yeah, we watched My Star season 2. Story of the girl that was unable to become a mage. I have not watched that. That sounds interesting. Oh, okay. This one's very silly. It's called Magilumiere Co. Ltd. It's kind of like Magical Girls in the modern world, where they have like companies and they go basically on quests to defeat like monsters and stuff. It's very silly. It's very silly. Yeah. I started watching Goodbye Dragon Life and I was like, I don't know if it's for me. Loner Life in Another World. It was I don't know. I'm not. It's fine. You know, I watched an episode or two. It's fine. It's nothing like too special. Yeah, it is silly. I'm currently watching No Longer Allowed to Live in Another World. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. No, I agree. That one's pretty silly as well. It's a good time. Man, I'm surprised they have 5 seasons of. I'm surprised they have 5 seasons already of. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Yeah, 5 seasons already. How come I'm not seeing? Dude, there's so many anime this season. What the heck? Oh, like I also need to watch this assassin one, Syria against Sairei Gensoki Spirit Chronicles season 2. Oh, this one's really funny too. No, not funny. No, I was thinking of a different one. The most notorious talker runs the world's greatest clan. Yeah, that one's a good one. I like it. It's got a very hot busty girl who's like an assassin, and she's like, yep, prime. Yep, yeah, yep. Yep. It's some good stuff, man. Does sound. You can play Black Clover. Oh my god, dude, I haven't watched that for years, man. I think I got in like episode 80, 90 back then. I was watching it like as it was coming out. Yeah. Oh shit, it's not. Wait, what the fuck? It's not charging. Oh. whole time my phone wasn't charging, chat. Need to restart it over because I forgot most of it. Oh my god, no. That's so much. Okay, another funny one is called Let This Grieving Soul Retire. It's actually really good. It's like OP main, or not even OP main character. It's a dude who's not OP but is mistaken as OP because all of his buddies are super powerful, and he ends up like being the leader of this group, and people are like, "Oh, he's so amazing," and he's like, "No, man, I'm just super fucking lucky. I get out of everything alive." Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But that's what we're watching right now. I think that's most of them.
What's called the asset viewer, and like, hey, look at this cool monster, you know, like show them close up, and like, hey, look at. And there's also the funny things, like the animators make all these idle animations for the monsters that you basically never see, like with a bunch of character to them and stuff like that are really awesome, and the players never see them because obviously you never see a monster not attacking you. So like, there's all sort of stuff. So one day, and we don't have this in the game right now, but one day I am very keen to make an actual sort of bestiary, you know, of like, here's all the monsters in the game, but like, you know, we can actually see the model and like appreciate it a little bit.
Friday, guys.
And then obviously when you do that would be a great opportunity to be able to show like, you know, various abilities and things like that. It would be sort of handy, I think, for people who are wanting to play specters,
close,
and,
man.
you know, to be able to have a big list of all that stuff. So I think that'll be a really cool
Welcome
thing
to the
but
stream,
yeah, we don't have it at the moment.
Sir
I just think it'll be really awesome to kind of show off the work of the artists who have made all these awesome monsters.
Okay, that's good.
And like, yeah, some of them are really kind of gruesome. Like, there's this random guy, just to pick a random example, called a pale fishman, and it's like this tiny little thing on screen that you barely even see. But if you like zoom into the model, it's like this crazy like warped thing between a human and a one of those anglerfish with the like dangling light thing on it. And like, if you look at it real close, you can see there's like a sort of screaming person kind of under there that like there's a mouth, and like the idle animation like is like kind of crazy with like all this like, yeah, like there's just stuff like that in there that it's like, you know, like you really don't appreciate.
Yeah, that's so true. Like, you just don't see so many things because like the gameplay of PoE1 is just so fast paced, where you just like, you know, you just go around the map and boom, 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 you know, destroy everything in half a second.
That would just like blast past it and kill it in like half a second because it's just some random small monster. So yeah, it'd be cool for people to see that stuff.
What was the name of that? Because we can get the idle animation when we race it as a Spectre.
That's true. It's called a pale fishman. I actually don't even know if it's in the early access because I think it might be an Act 4 monster. Yeah, in fact, and the other thing as well is when I give names like these are like internal code names. That's like the name of the folder that someone put it in, rather than like the actual like lore name in the game. So I don't know if it'll even be called that in the final version, but you know, yeah, it's just it's pretty interesting to see some of that stuff.
You know, and speaking,
I'll see if I can find it.
Speaking of animations, I'm going to go off script here from our list already and ask you about the cinematic. Was something that I wanted to make sure I ask you about, because it's kind of the first, you know, full like major cinematic that, you know, has really been revealed so far. So
yeah, what class are you thinking of playing?
First cinematic, and did you guys get the result and the response you were really hoping for?
Absolutely. So yes, it was definitely very hard. I mean, obviously we've never done anything like that before. You know, like I sort of had to. I mean, I wrote it myself, and like, you know, there was a New Zealand company who we commissioned to kind of to work on it. And they've done obviously some cool stuff before, but I don't think they'd ever done like a thing that's this long. You know, like on the sort of scale, I guess. So that was certainly, you know, like, I mean, they did a really good job, you know, right? Like it's really awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of like I was really concerned, right? Because obviously the comparison is like Blizzard and all the crazy cinematics like that. And to be honest, like the quality of the animation is not what Blizzard does, right? Like, I mean, they, you know, like we do a lot of things in order to make it so that like it is like, I want the content to be really awesome, but it's, I mean, like, in terms of
the quality of Blizzard animations isn't very good anymore. I remember seeing so many times like the animations were pretty cool, you know, years back. I don't know, man.
of just the raw, like, you know, like amount of millions of dollars that they probably spend on their cinematics, right? Like, we're not at that level.
But now it's like I remember like seeing, because I just like watch. I don't play WoW, but I see people who play WoW who talk about WoW once in a while, and there would be like they would show like a cutscene, and it looks like it's like all in-game stuff where they're like playing the game in like 720p of like characters talking over, or like, you know, voice acting talking over like something, and I'm like, what is this? You know?
You know, we're not there, but I was really hoping that you could get a feeling of like the world and the kind of, you know, I want to make sure that people understand right from the word go that like there is a brutality here, and you know, like we're not sort of pulling any punches when it comes to the kind of things you can expect in the game. So that was kind of what I was going for. And the thing that I actually based it on is I was thinking a lot about you know, the Riddick movies. Where you've kind of got the thing that, you know, the classic, like, you know, like a team of guys go in all overconfident and then they get picked off one by one. That's kind of what I was imagining. Is like, okay, how are we going to do this? And so that's kind of what I was thinking about.
I don't remember the Chronicles of Riddick. I remember seeing like
Riddick
bits
series.
and pieces.
That was the first movie I introduced my fiance to when we first met.
right. Yeah,
Probably not the best choice.
And also has that sort of idea of the flip of you know, like the you've got the team you're following are like the bad guys, but you kind of think of them as like but they're kind of yet the main protagonists, and it's like you get that flip at the end where you realize that the bad guy hunting them all is actually the good guy. So, you know, I was pretty happy with that one as well.
Pretty well done. It's pretty well done.
Yeah,
it was fantastic.
Yeah, it's kind of like
yeah, that was a lot of fun.
What do you call it?
Absolutely. Moving on to the next question. For clarification, this is a kind of a big one, a couple mini questions in it. So for clarification, can you explain how deaths in map work? Because there's been some confusion on why 6 portals, if you die, you can't go back in, as well as experience penalty still being a thing. So we'll start with those two.
Yeah, so basically, when you die in a map, you can't resurrect in the map. And I think that is okay. Like we discussed this quite a lot, right? Because we were like, we've got 6 portals, we could have it so that you can revive 6 times like you did in PoE1. But the thing we were really worried about is just compromising the combat. Like, we just really don't want to make it so that you just you know, effectively, like, I mean, obviously there's a limited level of cheese, but it's still cheese on the boss as far as we were concerned. So the reason for 6 portals is it's still important that you're able to pull out 6 inventories worth of items from a map if you're by yourself. You know, like, you still want to be able to do that. And yet we also don't want to make it just one portal with unlimited uses, because once again, that limitation on like the amount of stuff you can pull out of a map, I think, is also kind of one of those things that's important. And there's also a slightly more mundane reason, which like seems a bit silly, but you know, all the map devices that we've already saw.
Yeah, it seems like the way that currency works is a bit different in PoE2 now. So in the previous endgame trailer, the endgame gameplay, or whatever it was that we just watched, it was basically saying that currency is much more it's just it's more easily obtained. So I mean, if you have an unlimited portal, you know, you just go back and forth, you grab everything, you know, and you sell it all, and you have lots of currency. So, you know,
sold. Those are microtransactions that we need to support going forward in the store, and all of those have 6 portals. We can't really change that, so you know, that's kind of just like one of those things that we just kind of have to maintain backwards compatibility for that reason. So yeah, there was a lot of discussion around this though, but at the end of the day, the main thing that won out as far as is we just don't want to compromise the combat. We want to make sure that if you're going to kill a boss, it has to be like one life. You have to survive it. You actually have to properly kill it. But of course, we can make those encounters harder because of the fact we don't have you know, a map boss in every area. So you know, we get to ideally have that still being fine.
What about experience penalty when dying? Is that still going to be a thing with us?
You know, that's actually a very good question. When we removed it from the campaign at the point where we made it so that we added checkpoints and everything. And then at the time, we were like, oh, but in maps you get 6 portals, so therefore we still don't have it. Now, it's still there right now, but it's not something I've like thought about honestly for like a little while now. So it's probably good that I have another conversation with Mark about it just to see whether we still need it. The reason why I think I would still like it is because it's not really at the beginning of maps, but as you get towards the race towards 100, having death like set you back so that you have to actually build somewhat defensively when you're like racing for 100, I think is kind of important. So the experience penalty is really serving a really important role there. But I suppose the question is, like, it may not be as necessary when you're talking early maps, right? Like it's really that from like 90 to 100 where it kind of starts to matter that the death penalty is there as a thing. So we could theoretically think about, like, I mean, basically what I'm saying with that is like we could fiddle around with the equation for it a little bit. But yeah, the purpose of it really is to make sure that as you're coming towards the end, as you're getting to level 100, that like a mistake actually costs you something rather than just being like a nothing in the road. In order for that race to 100 to actually be meaningful, because like if you can just grind your face into the wall and still not losing experience and just like die, it's like you get to 100 but you died like 2,000 times. It's like, well, did you really achieve the same thing as the guy who didn't die at all? So that's kind of the reason why it exists.
That's a fair answer. The follow-up questions to this little chunk we got here is loot. And what happens when you're going in a party play in maps, and what happens to the loot there in the loot split between the parties, as well as what happens if X player dies? What is the loot to that player?
All right, so okay, a few things about this. So number one, we have changed how the loot scaling works for party members. And what we've actually tried to do is be a lot more intelligent with regard to what types of items do you want to see more of, and what types of items don't matter about having more of. So an example of this is like, if you're talking about currency, right? Obviously you want double the amount of currency when we've got 2 players, because all players want to take currency. But this is also true for things like rings and amulets, because rings and amulets aren't kind of like specific to any one like person, right? Like I mean, obviously the mods can make them that way, but everyone wants a ring, everyone wants an amulet if one drops.
Yeah.
So effectively, we also do plus 100% for things like that as well. But if you're talking about armors, well, there are 6 different armor types, and so if you look on average, you only need to increase the number of armors by 50% in order to be able to. Wait, is it even 50%? It might be. I might be doing the math wrong here, but effectively, there's an amount of armor increase that you need in order to kind of, on average, make it so that everyone's still getting the stuff they want, because certain players only want certain armor parts of the pie, right, due to the strength, dex, int thing. And for weapon types, there's even more weapon types. So the chance that 2 players are actually using the same weapon type is generally much lower. So effectively what that means is that we cannot increase weapons by the same amount that we increase other stuff. So what that means is that when you, the sum total of all of that means that the stuff on the ground from each player increases by some number like 28% if you actually look at it in raw drops. But the actual, what makes up that 28% is like way more of the stuff you actually want and not as much of the garbage that you don't want, in order to make it so that you don't get the crazy spam on the ground with party play that you previously might have gotten. So I think that system works very well in terms of just making...
Okay, so they have like focused loot system where, it seems like, I'm guessing that your character's more... Say, I guess like maybe something on the passive tree, like, oh, I got like some bow stuff, so maybe it'll drop bow stuff, or the staff, or if you go evasion, maybe it'll drop more evasion equipment. Maybe, I don't know.
Making it so that you get the right items. And I guess it just goes to the general philosophy that we have of we're trying to not drop as many things, but make sure the things we do drop are more important and better as you go up. So that's kind of like as I said, just part of that philosophy there. I feel like there was another part of the question that I've forgotten now, so maybe you can remind me what it was.
The last part there's 2 more, but one of them was, let's say you're 2 players playing and 1 player dies. What happens to the loot on the ground that belongs to that player?
So I think that, we usually use temporary, I think temporary allocation is still, I'm pretty sure the rules for this are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1, at least at the moment. So basically, if you've got temporary allocation on, then the allocation will disappear, and then the loot will just become allocated to be free for all once the timer expires. And if it's permanent allocation, then obviously it stays like that, although we definitely should make it free for all once you die, even if it's permanent, I assume. I don't know if we've actually done that. Oh, it does work that way? In that case, it'll just work then. So it's just the same as in PoE 1 in this regard. That should be fine. Yeah, I mean, effectively like that. So yeah, I wouldn't say it's like changed a huge amount in that particular regard. Yeah, so actually, what was the last part there?
Last one has to do with trials. Now, we've only seen Sanctum and Ultimatum version, the 2.0 version of it. So the real question is two ones. One is the Sanctum no-hit run, and the questions are, what happens if 1 player dies, if 2 players goes in, and the other one is the reward system there as well, I guess.
Okay, so this is one of these tricky technical questions that Mark would probably be better at answering because he knows the exact details. So let me think about that. I don't know that I've even had a discussion about what happens to the rewards in Sanctum. Now, generally speaking, of course, when we're doing things like this, when you're paying party play with a thing like Sanctum, the map, to be technical, the map owner, but effectively the person who paid the cost, the person who put the key in, they're the person who kind of gets like the progress. So they usually get to be the one who decides what actions to take and what rooms to go to. I believe though that if you want to go through and ascend, that you can both do the ascendancy. So that means if you want to do like the ascension in a party, then that's absolutely fine. You get the reward there. But I believe that the items that come from like key, the chests and stuff like that, I believe that they belong to the person who paid the cost of the coin that they used to enter. Is my understanding of that. I could be wrong about this, but I think that's correct. So yeah, there's a few. I'm sorry about this. I don't have like completely clear information about some of that stuff, but
Only
that's one of those things that Mark tends to be often addressing as far as working up those things. Mark really is like one thing I should mention is that Mark plays like. I could be wrong about this, but I think like 90% of the time when he's playtesting multiplayer, so he's the one who really cares about getting all that multiplayer stuff exactly right. Whereas when I'm playing, I'm like a solo player all the way, right? Like for whatever reason, I'm just like a solo player. So ideally with the both of us paying attention here, we should make sure that things are good in both solo and multiplayer. But yeah, he's got a bunch of designers he likes to play with. Like the design team effectively. Like he plays multiplayer with the design team all the time. So he's the one who usually sorts out these like specific little multiplayer details.
So, since we're talking about loot, there is one question that people had related to loot due to some early access footage we've seen where there's like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 advanced gear, etc. So I was hoping you could break down what that's referencing.
Yeah, so effectively, when you get...
Wait, I didn't even notice that.
Magic Find gear, so like increased chance of rarity, we wanted to try and make it so that the gear that you get from that is better, and not just in the way of just getting like more rares. I mean, it does do that as well. Don't get me wrong; like you're still getting more rares, more uniques, and so on. But we wanted to make it so that you could scale rarity by a huge amount, not necessarily in a character, but also because when you've got a monster that you've juiced with various map mechanics, all of that stuff is adding rarity and not quantity. So effectively, you need to make sure that rarity is something that really increases the power. So the way we do that is there's 5, and I don't know whether Rishi will be unhappy about me spoiling the exact inner workings of this, but there are 5 tiers to start with that you don't see, that you can't see that change anything, because those don't change anything about unidentified items, but they do change the percentage chances that you get certain things. So they, for example, you're getting chances to upgrade currency to higher types of currency. You're getting like the chances of not spawning items with base types that are lower level than what you would need. So effectively sort of clamping the base types that you're going to get into like a smaller range at the top. And these kind of things, while also increasing like, magic and rare and uniques and stuff like that. It also increases the, it starts to open up, like those tiers start to open up like what types of uniques can go into the pool. And to be clear here, there's always a chance that you can upgrade through these tiers regardless of how much Magic Find you have, right? You don't need Magic Find to get this. It's just that Magic Find is effectively increasing the chance that you upgrade through them. And in total, there's actually 10 tiers overall. But at tier 5, it starts to modify the properties of unidentified items, and that's why we have to start marking the rares as being like, and so that's what. So when it says T2, that actually means that's like T5 internally of what it's rolled, and then so the tiers going up from there, each of them say T2, T3, T4, T5, and what the reason why we have to say that is because when this item dropped, we clamped the mods that it can get to be in the upper tiers, and the higher tier you get, the higher they can go. So if you get a T5 rare, the mods that it can have are from a very, very tiny portion of them, right at the top of all the tiers of those mods. So you know that the rolls you're going to be seeing, like the life you're going to get on it, the damage you're going to get on it, this kind of thing, are going to be top notch when you see that. So effectively, And the reason why I think that's important to show is because you kind of want people to feel like, okay, because the number of items that drop aren't really increasing, you need a way to see on the screen when something drops, like how valuable is the thing that I just saw. And so showing those tiers on the rares also really has that effect of like, okay, like if you see like, 5 or 6 T5 rares drop, you got a really good hit, whereas if you see a bunch of like T2s, you didn't get such a good one. So that's kind of important, I think, just to get that feeling
that seems cool.
Of being important. It's actually really interesting because we've been fighting so much this thing of like the way that you made like a way you can make drops in an action RPG feel good is just by dropping tons of crap on the ground. But the problem is that like it really is kind of an annoying element, because like while it can feel good, it's like it's just it people want, then they want to use loot filters and they want to use all that stuff, and it's like, okay, well,
Yeah,
that's
everyone
great
needs
and
that
everything, we'll
dopamine,
support
man.
that, and that's fine. But like ideally we can actually make it so that you don't have to worry about it in the first place, and so you need to find a way to give people the hit of dopamine without having to just do that by like dropping, literally covering the screen. Now, I mean, there's still room for like dropping a lot of stuff, right? I mean, like we want to make sure bosses feel like there's a good list of stuff there, but it's like ideally you get that by the value of the items, like that the value of that stuff is really good. And I suppose on some level item filters are even sort of achieving that anyway, because if you're using a filter to get, like, you're not seeing very much anyway, so it really is all about the value. So it's not like it's impossible. We just need to make sure that the game is doing that as a matter of course rather than filters. Oh, sorry, did that.
Oh, you're good. We only lost you the last half second there. But
okay, all good. Yeah.
So since you bring up the concept of loot filters, this was a question we are going to ask later, so I might as well bring it up now. Is that like official confirmation loot filters? Sounds like supported.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're supported in exactly the same way they were in PoE1. There's no reason for us to drop support for something like that. If you want to use them, you can. And I suspect what the main reason people will use them for in PoE2 is not so much filtering things away, but more highlighting things that are valuable that you might not otherwise recognize, because like they might be higher base types or things like that. Like a lot of people have filters that highlight certain things that might be good for various reasons.
Yeah.
So, things that have, like for example, people might like want to be doing things like, like I know that this, like things like, items having sockets and stuff, maybe you want to change the text color when that happens or things like that. Like there are icons and stuff for that stuff there, but we try to keep things like relatively visually clean. And also we don't want to try to make too many value judgments for the player about what is important or not. So therefore we try to like not do too much of that stuff, but obviously players, come up with their own schemes for what they think is important. So then I suspect they'll use loot filters mostly for the ability to change how loot is rendered as opposed to filtering it out.
I gotta say, this isn't so much a question as much as a comment for me personally, but I really appreciate the approach of something you said there, which is allowing the player to determine what's important. I find that to be like a very appealing sentiment. So when I hear that, it's part kind of the reason I've been falling in love with the PoE game lately. But anyway, on to the next question here. So this one is going to be an obvious one. If I didn't ask it, everyone would be mad. So there's 6 classes that are coming to early access. Some of them have already been showcased, but they're not in there, namely the Druid and the Huntress. So I think people are curious about, are they coming soon? What's going on with these classes?
Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming relatively soon. I'm not going to promise a date, but certainly the next 2 classes you see will be those 2, like in terms of in early access. We just, at some point, look, we really wanted to launch with those 2 classes. We expected that we would be launching into early access with those 2 classes.
Yeah, Druid soon, man.
At some point, it was just like,
and
I think I've even said this before, but we really underestimated what it takes to finish a class. I think, it takes a lot.
I can't remember if like they showed
and the thing is, it's like you make a bunch of skills and you're like, oh yeah, made the skills, that's the class, right? But in PoE it really isn't, because you need to make sure they can all be supported well. You need to make sure there's uniques that support it. There's passive
stuff that supports
it. It's like a whole
the memes for Druid in D4. It's just like, oh yeah, you play a Druid, you just don't do damage.
Thing of like getting all that stuff into a good state. It's like plus also the skills, plus also thinking about all the stuff that can happen with other classes and like how does it tie in with all the mechanics. Like it's just a Goliath task. So I think the Huntress and the Druid are not far away. The Druid, we still have 1 form that we still need to get finished. There's like there's still some more skill work to do there. The Huntress, I think we mostly have like working prototypes that we're happy with for most of the skills, but like there's still a little bit more to do. But yeah, it's just all that other sort of finishing work around like tying it into all the other systems, making sure everything's good that we need to get done. And it won't take us too long, but at some point we just had to say like, hey, can we really do this for early access with all the other stuff that we're doing? And we just felt like we couldn't. So, we decided to cut for now, get to it later. And, we make these kinds of decisions all the time. There's like a ton of content that's like, we're trying to get it in. We try as hard as we can. And then we're like, oh, you know what? We just couldn't get it in. But I think, that's just game development, right? But the nice thing is it's all sitting there, right? We don't throw anything away. We've got it all there waiting in the wings, which means that there'll be a bunch of content we'll be able to introduce really quickly.
Speaking of...
you say one forum... Yeah, like when you say 1 forum, could you like give us a number? How many forms are we talking about?
So there's three primary forms for the druid, but there's a couple of other like random shapeshifts around, like the kind of. I mean, you actually saw one of them, right? There's the shapeshift on the ascendancy, the demon form. So there's a few other things, bits and pieces like that around the place, but yeah, the druid sort of has three primary forms, and that's because we want to try and like the
demon
other classes,
form is
we want to make sure that there's
druid.
combos between the forms as well. Like there aren't just it's not just like a reskin melee, right? Like each of the forms kind of has like skills that have like things, and we want to make sure there's mechanics between them that they can kind of you get the cross class kind of even within the archetypes of the class synergy like that. So yeah, the one that no, maybe I'm not going to spoil it. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to say anything about it.
Go ahead, spoil it.
Yeah, you almost got caught in 4K.
So this is probably a good time to ask this thing because you're talking about the additional classes here. Does that mean we can basically expect changes to the passive skill tree? Because obviously there's the 6 starting nodes now, so when you add the other classes, there's going to be new branches, I'm assuming, added for each one of these classes at this point, or were they going to double down on previous ones?
So yeah, well, look, I'm sure the passive tree will receive massive renovations all through early access. Like I just have no doubt of that. It's every time we change anything, huge passive tree changes are a result, and it's taken a long time to iterate to even the point we are now, and I'm just sure there'll be more. And like the thing is until you really play it like properly, you just don't even know what's missing. Actually, one other thing I might mention, just
bro, can you imagine being the guy who's in charge of like designing the passive tree? Like it's like a guy or two, it's like 2 guys, 5 guys and fries trying to figure out the passive tree, and they're like, yeah, but if we go this way, it'll be really good. We could put all this stuff over here. Oh, but we gotta do stuff over here and make sure to add this key passive over here because it'll work well with such and such. They're like fucking drawing stuff on like a whiteboard. They have MS Paint. I don't know, man.
just because I don't know if it's like hugely well known, but the starting area of the tree for each class actually changes. There's actually 3 variants of the starting part of each tree for each class. So effectively, we actually did this first when we were playing the Witch and the Sorceress. So effectively, if you're a witch, you get 1 variant of the starting area, and if you're a sorceress, you get another variant. And then if you're neither of those 2 classes, then there's a 3rd variant that can go there, so that all the other classes, when they go there, they get slightly different stats again. And the reason for that is because the initial reason we did the witch sorceress thing is because there's this problem that you have with where players, when they see a node that's got multiple things on it and one of the things does not affect them, people just really don't want to allocate a node like that, even if the values on it are the same as what they otherwise would have gotten. So when we first did this, when we had 1 variant for everyone, the witch sorceress nodes were like plus 8% or whatever minion and spell damage, right? And we found that sorceresses, even though a sorceress would otherwise get just 8% spell damage, sorceresses would just not take that because it's got this minion thing on it and they don't want that. So by having the trees be separate, it just sort of prevents that problem immediately. And the other thing it kind of also was just like, when we realized that we could swap those 2 out, we're like, well, hang on, we might as well have a 3rd variant as well for other players, because that will mean that there are some times when we have like balance things that are a bit annoying, where like we can't make a node for a class in the starting area as good as we want, because that would mean that other classes would all be incentivized to go there and take it, because it's like too powerful, if you know what I mean. So effectively with that, we can like balance because it's relatively close to get to the adjacent classes area.
Because like
I
do that
effectively
too.
can sort of just balance that so that it like kind of works.
Oh, well, that doesn't work for me.
There's not going to be anything in the starting areas that you like don't like stats you just can't otherwise get, right? It's not going to be like that, but it's just more about like tweaking numbers and a few cases like the sorceress and witch where we just have to make sure that for new player clarity we can make sure that it's like just the stuff they're going to want,
fucking
not the stuff
min-max and everything, right?
But as you get out of that, then they all become the same. But yeah, as I said, we'll be making a lot more changes as we go through too.
That was a very in-depth answer there. I actually didn't know about the changing of the starts. That's that's an interesting tidbit there. Okay, so you did mention, and I got to ask because you said classes and content coming to the game. I am a notable Blight enjoyer, so I'm going to ask. Can we hope? Can you tease me with anything? Give me some hopium copium that maybe Blight can come to Path of Exile 2 at some point here.
Well, I will say this. Blight is a relatively easy league to add compared to some others. So when we're looking at leagues of like, here are some leagues that we can put in like relatively easily, that is one of the ones that would be relatively simple for us
Get
to
our
do.
fucking tower
Obviously,
defense, boys.
the reward system it previously had has now been moved to a different thing, which means that
Sure.
Blight will need a new reward system, and we've got ideas for what we can do about that. But we've got monsters we can use for it. We've actually got a bunch of environment art from Act 5 that would suit Blight perfectly well. I'm not sure if no, have we shown any of that? No, I don't think we have. All right, yeah. Well, anyway, there's some stuff that we can use very easily. So it's the kind of thing that we could do relatively easily when we're looking to add new leagues to the game.
So I'm just hearing Blight login. That's what I'm hearing when you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. That's good news. I'll pass it off to Gazi because I've been asking a bunch of questions related to stuff I just personally wanted to know.
Sure.
Oh, that's fine. Later on in this podcast, we're going to hit the minion rant section, so don't worry about it. But we can start with a classic simple answer question, and it is how many ascendancy points are we going to get in total?
Yeah, so same as PoE1, it's 8 points. So effectively, you've got the last three you can get throughout campaign, three sets of 2, I should say. So 6 points throughout campaign, and then the last one you have to be an in-game to be able to get.
All right. The other question we have here is PoE2 looks like there's a significant amount of ways to increase power on maps. How does the juicing compare to PoE1 for endgame mapping? Now, we saw a lot of it in the reveal, but could you elaborate on it?
Well, so first things first, we definitely want to make sure that juicing is still a thing, right? Like before we did our whole endgame push, I think that in recent times, I think that would have been a big problem that we would have had where there wasn't enough ways to juice maps. But I don't know that you'll be able to get to quite the level that you can get in PoE1. Certainly, we want to make sure that it's big though, and like it's honestly. It's a little bit hard to say because the way that this can go down. I mean, look, we think we can know like all the things, but you never really quite know exactly how it goes until you get like masses of players because trade is a huge part of the economy for how juicing works. Like, it's like okay, so we've shown people how you can overlap tablets and towers and all these sorts of things like that, and like get all these packs. But the question is the sustainability in a trade league such that you can like do all of the juicing mechanics that PoE2 has to offer at the same time continuously? And I don't actually quite know the answer to that because, as I said, it's really a trade economy thing that you need to have to be able to say what they can do. And the juice is substantial if you can get everything all at the same time. The question is, can you do that every map or can you do that only some of the time? And I honestly can't say until the trade sort of starts to happen. I think it's going to come down a lot to just play and for us to just find out, like once we hit that trade economy, we actually start playing. What does it feel like? Is it working well? But the thing is, we still want you to feel powerful, and part of the feeling of power actually is pack size, right? Like you need to have enough pack size so that because when you've got a bunch of AoE abilities, obviously the more things they hit, the more damage you're effectively doing overall. So the more pack size really is like a way to make a player feel powerful.
Packs
and so that's why we need to have ways of juicing pack size. We've got ways of juicing pack size in the game, but then
even in, like,
we also have to be a little
D&D,
bit careful
like,
because
that's
that is what can lead to things getting completely out of control and then just not you can't understand what's going on in combat and things just completely fall apart. So as I said, we have to be careful, but I think it is still substantial. Like you still need to feel like a god. So I think the juice will be high, but I do believe it should be lower than PoE1 at least by a little bit.
That's fair. On the topic of power and juicing things up, something that we've seen in many games throughout the years is how ARPG games, they start off kind of slow and more of a strategic gameplay approach, and then the best patches comes through, the game evolves, the meta of power creeping and speed clearing just goes to crazy numbers, and then everyone's upset when they're then toned down or the number squish is happening. So I guess the follow-up question would be, what are the plans? Because I'm very confident there are plans to manage severe increase in power creep moving forward, so you don't end up in that category where you're one-shotting the entire screen.
I think that we just have to be careful. And honestly, I would say that in PoE1, we've shown that we can... I mean, look, PoE1 obviously did get pretty crazy, but at the same time, like, we had a lot of years where things kind of weren't like that. And I think that effectively, I believe we can still maintain that. Our numbers don't scale as fast as some games do, and they don't go quite as exponential, which means that we're not going to have to be worrying about trillions of damage or anything like that. And like I mean, it can be. So I don't think we're going to have to ever do a number squish or anything like that. Like we've never really felt like the need to worry about that. I mean, it's just a matter of keeping on top of it. And there are certain people in the company who just, are just very careful about stuff. So I mentioned Rishi a couple of times. Like, you know, he's kind of the one who does most of the work for the item system and so on. So and he is definitely a force of conservativeness when it comes to when it comes to like making sure that things don't go crazy. And so that's really good to have, because it means that like me and Mark are often the ones being like, no, numbers high, and he's like no, keep them low, keep them low. So I think together with that, we kind of come to some kind of medium ground where we don't kind of get things too out of control. Yeah, as I said, I think that it's just a matter of, you know, just being careful. One nice thing
Numbers
that we
high.
also have is with the league format that we have is that we get to add power, and then at the end of the league we get to decide, like, you know, was that too much? Can we take some of this away? Do we want to keep it? You know, that kind of stuff. Like that's a very important tool. So we kind of never really like. It means we don't have to commit to things in the same way that a game that didn't have a league type process does, because the expectation from players, and I think this is almost sort of a community thing, the expectation from the community is not necessarily that all the content that we add is going to stay added. And I think that's a really important factor to have an understanding of in a game community, because it just gives us so much more ability to like make decisions after testing them. It's funny, like, you know, I say that as if, you know, oh yeah, you just test all of your stuff on the players, but I mean, to some extent that's true, and because the you know, you never really know. Like you can do all the testing you want, but you never really know until the community actually get a chance to play with it and you see what kind of stuff comes out of it. So
yeah, someone's always
yeah,
gonna find something
really
that's gonna
stuff on the community, and it has to be that
not
way.
break,
I just don't know
but
the
they'll
way,
find like
no matter how many
weird
QA
little
testers we throw, I
quirks,
don't think we could find
things that
every
like
single
work with each other really cool.
level of power that can come out of something like that. So yeah, like it's just nice that we have the ability to say, you know what, this thing here, we're going to put it back in, but we're going to nerf it, or this thing here, just it can't exist, like it interacts with too many other things and is too broken. You know, it's really nice to be able to say that.
Kind of a random question that I have due to the use. You mentioned this in the, I think it was the Ziggy Q&A afterwards, but that the early access server is going to be maintained. So meaning you're going to have leagues, you know, separate, but then the OG one will go back there, and that is going to be separate from like the Eterno or core server as well, right? There will be an early access one. So a question for you I have then is, the early access characters, one, I'm assuming you can still, you know, play them, etc. on the server, and two, can you still create characters on the early access server afterwards, or are they kind of grandfathered in and make sure you have all the characters you want for the server?
I think we probably won't allow you to create new characters there, just because I think that even just if you're a new player and you're like, oh, you've got place. I mean, I suppose what we could do is allow you to create characters there if you've already got one there. That would be an option. But I kind of don't really think we need to do that. Like, as I said, the main reason we're doing that is just because if you're someone who's like not even really paying attention to what's going on, and you're just like, you've got some level 20 character and you're like, oh, I just want to keep playing the game, right? Like, we don't want to disrupt that person's life too much. So I think that's why we don't want to just get rid of all that stuff completely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, that, like, you know, if you're playing a high-level character, almost certainly your build is going to be bricked in some regard, right? Like, there'll be some element of it that got modified or something like that, you know. But then, of course, you'll also have, like, legacy items, which will be kind of presumably funky, assuming that we have to modify balance, which no doubt we will have to do. Yeah, like, you'll have all that stuff too. So, I mean, look, there's just no reason to delete the data, right? Like, we're not going to make an effort to make sure
That'd
that
be pretty
everything
cool to see more legacy items.
Still works, like in terms of your builds
they did
and everything,
show
but we're
quill
also not going
rain.
to do anything that we don't have to do in terms of deleting it either, right? Like, we might as well just let it be there. You know, and it's also just like nice to have, like, oh, here's this character I got, you know, back in the day. Like, it's nice to just have that around. So, you know, it's just a little memory of that. So, yeah, there's just no reason for us to delete it.
So speaking of builds getting bricked, if I reference one of the interviews we actually did on here, is you had mentioned Righteous Fire as an example when we were talking about cosmetics and MTX, and you were saying that it's fundamentally getting changed. And I was hoping to ask for Pox here, shout out to Pox, can we get any information related to Righteous Fire or where that is going? I was kind of wanting to follow up with that you had mentioned previously.
So it's not an early access right now because it's not.
Say goodbye to Righteous Fire, boys. Righteous Fire dead. All right. Give me 1 second, boys. I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be 1 moment. BRB. All right, we are back. I got I quickly made some food. Just mixed up a quick salad. Got some tomatoes, carrots. There's like little crouton looking thingies. I think they're seeds or whatever. I don't know. And then some kind of like apple sauce or I don't know. It's not too bad. I was feeling pretty hungry, boys. Hmm. Yeah, it was good.
A class that is not, it's one of the skills for a class that's not going to be in EA. So you get that a little bit later. But it is going to be in. We have a prototype of it, and we've got it working a way that we're happy for it to work. But yeah, unfortunately, just not in EA, or at least not in EA at the start. Right when we add the character, it'll come in.
It's going to be in significantly changed, or
it is very it is very different.
Okay,
but it's still fundamentally. It's still fundamentally a thing where you're lighting yourself on fire and there's fire damage around you and that kind of stuff, right? It's just that, like the exact mechanics from a stat point of view. Like, if you looked at it on the screen, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's righteous fire. But if you look at the stats, it's like works quite differently.
There we go. Thank you. I had to ask for Pox.
Fair enough.
Speaking of bricking, a very common question. I believe this was shown in the reveal, but bricking the Atlas, as you can, if you die in a map, you can't do it again. So in the start, what happens when you brick all the start
around?
maps?
Yeah. So we have the ability to effectively restart your Atlas. If you completely cut yourself off, you can do that. I don't remember what way it is to do that, but it certainly came up when we were first talking about it. There just has to be some way to allow you to effectively restart your Atlas from scratch if you need to. I would hope that most people don't do that. I should hope that you manage to survive it. So there's 4 connections to the starting point. So you'd have to die 4 times in a row in order for that to happen to you. And then if that happens, it'll automatically re-roll the Atlas, so you can kind of just try again immediately. But yeah, hopefully not too many players have to do that and run into that issue. Yeah, I mean, look, we wanted there to be consequences for failure, right? We wanted to, so it's like, oh crap, now I have to find another way around. Like the web of connections is dense enough that usually there'll be some other way around to get to something that you want. But bear in mind, there won't be too many, right? Like if you then die in another one of the entrances to get to some piece of content, that could definitely cut you off. So there are some consequences for death.
That's really interesting. So it's like like a delve mechanic, but if you fail, you lose that delve location. If that makes sense, you can no longer do that. That's cool. Okay, that's interesting.
Like and with that in mind, it obviously means that things like the experience penalty at low levels, certainly we don't need to be as worried about, because there's consequences just from the death itself in the Atlas. But yeah, I think it's just the other reason why it's also important to do that, by the way, is because of the fact that you can fail a map. It means that the things that we can have on the Atlas can be more valuable, right? Because if we have things that you can just try again, then you've always got these problems where, like, okay, if you go into the map, like let's say you wanted to have a map and it's just full of chests that drop stuff for whatever reason. Let's just say we want to do that, right? It's like, if the failure, it really has to be that you can only enter that map. You can only create that map one time. Because otherwise, at what point do you say, well, the map is completed? Like there always has to be things, like there always has to be some kind of condition like that. So by effectively just having the rule of like a map can only be created by you one time, it means that the valuable stuff we can put on there, like monsters and things like that. Like if you could have mods on the Atlas that are like increases the number of rares by a ton, and that's fine because you know that you don't have a situation where someone just kills half of them and then dies on purpose and then goes back in and kills them again. That kind of stuff. Like effectively, that's the kind of exploit that we're trying to avoid here, and so it just allows us to have much more valuable stuff on there. We do, by the way, have a bit of this problem in campaign that we have to worry about, because you
constantly
can respawn a checkpoint at any time.
resetting the Atlas to
and
get
so
something
we have to be really careful
good.
about this stuff, because I mentioned before that at the end of dead ends you'll get rare chests. Well, if you can set it, like we had an exploit before we fixed it, where if you get a checkpoint that's close to a rare chest, because it's at a dead end, you can die on purpose, respawn at the checkpoint, just open the chest again and again.
I was wondering about that.
Yeah. So effectively, what we have to do is make it so that when you revive from a checkpoint, all of the things like chests and rare monsters, they have to stay dead, even if you opened them or killed them after you did the checkpoint, for the next version until you recreate the map and get to do it from scratch again, because that stuff would be exploitative if you were able to to not save that when you after you died. So there's like a few little things we have to worry about with the checkpoints for exploits of that, but thankfully in maps you don't, because there's no you don't have to worry about that element, since if you die
I have a follow up to that, because I felt like when I played tested the campaign. Now the game is very different from when I play tested the last time in LA, and there was one mechanic, and I kept saying gearing and getting skill gems. It felt so good. I felt like I always were given the tools I needed when I was progressing, and I had no idea about the mechanic till you told me at the event about this loot table rare that randomly was generated in the area, and if you didn't kill it, that would be available in the next zone to give you like an appropriate flask. So I'm guessing that feature is also for this. So you can't farm that, I'm guessing. But a lot of people don't know about it, so maybe you can elaborate on it.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done in the very, very early game in order to make it so that to guarantee a certain number of skills and things like that is that there's a couple of encounters where if you fail to find the encounter in the first area, for example, then when you go to the second area, we will drop the item that you would have gotten if you'd found that first encounter, just to make sure that if you didn't run into this, but you did run into a later one, then we can like forward that on to the next area. And then we do that like a couple of times with a few different encounters. It's kind of all stuff like in the first like sort of 10 levels, this kind of stuff, just to really make sure that like people actually get some of those important drops. Like when you're level sort of 15, 20, missing out on one skill gem.
So it's almost like you know how if you go to Act 2, I think. I'm thinking. It's Act 2, and then you skip the library with Ciosa because it takes like 5 to 10 minutes to complete. You have to go through the library, collect the pages, do all that stuff, do the ghost stuff, find the secret passage. Yeah. It's almost like that. And so they're giving you like a chance to get things that you would have missed. Maybe it's like that. I don't know. That's kind of cool.
Gem is like not really a big deal, but when you're really low level and it's like you've got very few skills, if you miss out on that crucial upgrade of getting like the next tier of gem, that can matter so much that we just can't really allow it to happen. So we need to have as many chances as possible for people to find those things. But at the same time, we didn't want to just spam you with that type of gem, because then it's like, oh, I've got tons of these. Like it would feel wouldn't feel very valuable if you did find them all. So we want to all of those encounters. They do have loot that you get. Like there's still a reason to do all of them because they have their own unique stuff as well. But effectively, if you do miss some of them, you're still getting some of those really crucial things like skill gem upgrades and things like that in those first few areas. I actually think, though, that some of that problem might be slightly ameliorated by the fact that we've got the map now where you can see all the encounters. So I think that in some cases people might be looking at there. But we still have that system just because, it's nice to be able to, to just make sure that people don't fail in the very early game.
So speaking of the map, I got just a couple of questions related to the map. One is when we're talking about breaking the map and not being able to go to certain areas if you fail too many. Does this account for like bosses too? For instance, like pinnacle bosses, and are they linked together where you fail the maps around it, you cannot go do the boss now?
Yeah.
Oh. It's not
because if you fail, the cities with the Uber bosses, those are extra special because if you fail one of those, if you fail to kill the lieutenant, then the boss will disappear from the Uber boss will disappear from the center of the city as well. So those ones are like you really have to be able to do those fights, and it will be quite challenging. That one, of course, is extra challenging because you need to find another city, right? That one's going to be something that I think will be quite challenging. So yeah, like that's for like the ultra pinnacle content, like that 7th system, which has I don't want to say the name because we didn't spoil it, but that pinnacle boss encounter, that one will be quite hard to get to.
Okay, so speaking of pinnacle boss encounters, got a couple more questions related to this. Are the bosses? I hear there's what you said, tier 1 through 4, correct?
You're talking about in terms of loot drops. things like that. I think I've talked about this before.
In terms of difficulty ramping, I don't think that we got clarity on whether or not you can modify these maps. Meaning, can you like further modify the?
Sorry, you're talking about different. Okay, so you're talking about the trees at the end where you add the difficulty. Yes, exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yes, so there's 4 tiers. Yes, that's correct.
And so beyond that, can you modify the bosses themselves? Are the bosses static and you modify on your tree only, or are the bosses almost like maps? You know how you can modify like invites, for instance, from PoE1. So can you further modify these?
Let me think about that. So generally speaking, not. So I'm pretty sure the Breachstone can't get mods. Can simulacrums get mods? I don't know. I'm not sorry. I'm not actually sure.
No problem.
The ultimatum ones can, because those ones have that extra mechanic for modifying him. I'm actually not entirely. So like, look, what I will say is in general, like it's not like it isn't the same for every league. Like for each league, we can decide what we want to do there. But generally speaking, for those 4 in-game things, the main thing you're going to be doing is modifying the difficulty using the tree like that. And that difficulty scaling does introduce things like, it can even modify things like how skills work and like, the number of minions that a boss might summon and things like that. Like there's all sorts of stuff like that, but it isn't random what you're doing there on the tree. For the pinnacles, it really is just kind of mostly just that difficulty change.
Okay, got it. I think the reason people were asking is they were wondering if like there's a hardest baseline challenge where it's like this is sort of a baseline you can use on can you clear the hardest content. So people were wanting some clarity on that.
For the pinnacle boss, it definitely is the case.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question I was kind of wondering when I was looking at the map, I noticed you use the example of like the paradise, for instance, you get the bonus experience, and that is obviously on the beach because it's tropical. So I'm assuming the uniques are zoned out to the biomes that you have specifically, and if that is the case, since the biomes are determining maps, do these unique maps also have drops associated with them? Essentially where I'm going with this is, are certain biomes going to help you target farm certain types of items?
Absolutely. And we want to do even more than just what you were saying with the unique maps. Like we have just certain like this map has got this theme and therefore it can drop more of this item and stuff like that.
Yeah,
like,
that's super cool too.
And the thing is, this is one of the great things about the new way that the Atlas works, is that with the previous Atlas, we couldn't really allow for target farming in that same way. Or when we did, it was always a problem, like with div cards and so on, where, I mean, obviously we modified div cards so you can move them around now, but generally speaking, it was the case with the old Atlas that if we made it so a map had something special, then everyone would just play that map continuously forever. So with the new system, we effectively can say that, it's okay to have wild variance in between, the value of certain things, because, you're limited by having to find more of it. And if you happen to know that the thing that you want spawns in desert biomes, and then you're using towers to find those desert biomes, and then you're looking around, okay, like finally, I'm just going to go through all the deserts, you can absolutely do that. In the case of Untainted Paradise, that one requires being on the border of the water and a forest. So only forests next to ocean, I believe, will cause that map to spawn. And then like we can do other things like that as well. Like we can have special spawn conditions about like, when you get this and this, that's when this can spawn. And so that's like a way that we can kind of like fiddle around with the rarity. But also if players learn these things, then they can know what to look for when they're exploring the map, as far as like finding that stuff as well. So that can be a bit fun.
Honestly, there's going to be so many videos out there.
Things like racing, etc.
Just like
another question I had then is, does that mean that the people's individual map, because you said it's infinite, it's generated, etc. So does that mean each person has a completely random different starting point? Like for instance, maybe I'm more prone to find Tainted Paradise, sooner than a different person?
I mean, it is certainly true that you can roll well on certain things. Like, there's nothing limiting the fact that you could find 5 Untainted Paradises near where you started and another person couldn't, right? But I think the law of averages will just mean that in general, it kind of ends up averaging out to the same kind of thing.
Sure.
I like. It is an interesting point that you make about racing, because it does mean that if you're looking about the race to 100, it is possible for one person to get luckier than the other as far as what maps spawn for them. But then by the same token, it's possible for someone to get lucky on what items drop for them or some other one of a million things. So the longer you play effectively, the more the law of averages happens and the more kind of it just comes down to play skill rather than randomness. Ultimately, everyone gets a different experience there. And when you reset your, when you do the thing where you run out of, where you no longer have any nodes to explore, by the way, that does change the seed of your atlas, so you'll get a new random layout as well. So that's just worth mentioning.
That's
just
good.
because, you know,
That's good to know.
I wonder if
so you
everyone
can actually
starts
re-roll
with
the
the
complete layout
same
if you want.
atlas
By
at
dying
first.
4 times.
Well, yeah, but
Or,
I
I
think
don't
there
know.
might even be a way to do it without dying. I'm not 100%
And then,
sure
like,
on that. I
if you
can't
restart,
remember
then
what
it's like
actually
completely
how
random.
what the way to trigger this was, but yeah, that is a thing.
Okay. So Atlas rolling meta coming up soon.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Because
Atlas
we
rolling.
made sure we did think of the one thing of like you're not going to get an untainted paradise within the initial fog of war that you can see when you first enter the Atlas. So you know, like we don't allow that special stuff to spawn right in that first circle.
So I do have one follow-up here before I send it over, guys, really, because I'm just kind of thinking based upon this concept. So if there's certain biomes that are going to spawn certain types of unique maps, and maybe certain biomes are more prone to certain type of item drops, etc., but the maps themselves, I can't like take that untainted paradise, put it as a consumable, and then trade it on the market. Does this mean you're expecting much more social play, where it's like, hey, I found this unique map, who is expecting this unique map, and having people actually looking for other players that their particular, atlas has the maps that people are particularly looking for? Is this something you guys are expecting and planning around? Or?
I think it could definitely happen for sure. As for whether that's good or not, I guess we'll find out. Like, it's really sort of hard to know what the sort of social dynamics or something like that will be.
Yeah, that would be
absolutely,
really
it's something
interesting.
that I
You
have
just
no
like
doubt
have
will
a
start
bunch
to
of people
occur.
looking
And the
for
concern with the stuff
a
is
certain
always,
map.
do you start to get
all your buddies are like,
sorry,
oh,
the name of the server, of the thing is of the Discord server that's incredibly infamous is slipping my mind right now. But there's an infamous Discord server where people do trading for things like that, and so there is a concern that it's like, I'm effectively trading access to something like that for out of game, which is always a concern. But I guess we sort of decided that we were sort of hoping that it doesn't end up going that way. And we were so excited to sort of change the Atlas over to this method that this is just something that we decided. You know what? I think we're willing to take the risk on that one. But I mean, it's sort of an interesting one. Like, if that becomes a problem, we might have to find a way around to solve it. I guess we'll sort of just have to see. I mean, look, yeah, we'll see what happens.
Fair enough answer. I'll send it over to Ghazi. I think he had a question.
Yeah, we'll throw in one and rewind back in time a little bit to an interview you did with a D4 streamer, Vtuber. And in there was a question regarding competitive game modes and races and whatnot, community events. With Cicerin has the Gauntlet event that's been very prominent with. And the question was about that being in PoE2, and you answered yes. Now, what we want to do is have you spill more of the beans here and give us some more details. Can you give us anything? Are there any plans in the works, etc., etc.?
So at the start of early access, we won't be able to do any of that stuff. We just haven't had time. But look, it's definitely the kind of stuff that I like to do. Like, I really like those sort of PvE but yet competitive type of events. Like, they're just really fun to me. I have no doubt that we'll be doing some of that stuff. It's just that, yeah, like for early access, we just haven't had time. The custom league system will come back in PoE2 as well, so you'll be able to do that stuff, and that sort of helps people organize their own races and things like that, which we'll have there. It won't be, once again, not day one of EA, but pretty soon after that, we'll get that in. And, like, by the way, the thing that's blocking that is literally just, like, some of our web developers need to port the interface for that over to the Path of Exile 2 website, right? It just hasn't been done yet. So we just, as soon as they've got that in order, then that'll be available. So like we're absolutely doing. What was that? Sorry.
I think a lot of people really like the old school races that we used to have many years ago, like the descent races.
I love that. I love that stuff too. It was so cool.
12-minute races, like everyone can participate in that. Because like the race to 100, we talk about that a lot, right? But that's that's a lot of dedication and time invested. But these shorter races, an hour, half an hour, endless delve, like I think a lot of people would really like to see them come back again.
I would as well. The funny thing about that is that as cool as it was, and as like much as the community liked them, for whatever reason, it just didn't really result in people it just didn't really result in like actually more people playing, and that was kind of the reason why we found because it really sucks because like this is one of those cases where it's just a mercenary decision of like this. While everyone loves it, it just doesn't result in more players. So that's if we're talking about spending time doing all that stuff versus adding more content to a league launch, that definitely adds more players. Unfortunately, it just had to go to the leagues. But the thing is that it was just really cool, and so like if I had some spare designers up my sleeve, then I would 100% get them working on this because it's something that is just super awesome. And I definitely think we should try it again as well for PoE2. Like, times have moved on a long time since back when we were doing that stuff. So I think it's worth another try and see like does that stuff actually heat up into an actual into a scene of racing and so on that actually like causes there to be like like just interest in itself coming to the game. So yeah, like look, I have no doubt we'll try some races, just not immediately.
Before I send it over to DM again, yes or no, are you in favor of having a battle royale PoE2 events?
I was honestly thinking about that. I was like, dude, events, and I remember that I played a little bit of it, but dude, it was pretty cool, honestly. Battle Royale PoE. I never thought they would actually have done that. It was wild.
Well, I mean, it would certainly be cool. Let me think about this. I'm just thinking. I'm just.
There's more skill-based gameplay in it.
Yeah. So I'm actually just thinking about this because I'm just thinking as you're saying this. Like, okay, so how would the new system translate to a battle royale format? Because one of the things that was interesting, I think, about the PoE1 version was the randomness of what skills you found. But in PoE2, of course, you've got the uncuts. I mean, that probably is fine, but I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like, it wouldn't really be hard to do to just try it. The thing with something like a mode like that is it's really easy to just like try some random stuff, but to really make it actually good would require quite a lot more work. And at one point we were actually pretty keen to make like an actually good version of the battle royale thing, because when we announced that originally, like when I said 1 day of development, it really was just like there was a limit of like 1 day per developer of how much time they were allowed to spend on that, because it was like literally an April Fool's joke. And it turned out like, it's kind of like one of those things that's like fun for a few days, but it didn't really have like long-lasting good gameplay, because like no one had I mean, we didn't really test it, right? We just kind of just like did some random shit and put it up there, and it was kind of cool. So that was a fun little experience. But we did discuss like, should we make an actual proper version of this? Like, would this be something that actually works well? And we were kind of almost did, but I don't know, just like other stuff happened. We didn't end up doing it, but you know what? Maybe we should have another just like random fun battle royale and PoE2 event. Just even if we don't like, just another one of those just like ultra kind of garage style. Just like everyone just like make some random stuff and just put it in there and we'll just see what happens. It could be fun.
I think so.
I used to do way more, like way back in the early days of PoE1. I used to do just like way more rando stuff like that. And I really enjoyed doing it, but for various reasons, like it's kind of like, I don't know, like it's just never really like, man, I find this stuff fun. So a random example of this is I was like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna have a level 1 DPS competition. So we had a competition for like what is the character that can get the highest DPS at level 1, and then what we decided, I think we gave away, like, we're like, okay, if whoever wins this, we're just going to give like a t-shirt or something. There was just some random like prize that we were just going to give away. I was like, man, this is really smart, because like if you use other characters to like rush your level 1 character, but then make sure they never get any experience, then you can like get all the quests and like get all of the like passive points that you can get when you're level 1, and there's like quite a lot you can do. And it's like, then it's like, okay, what's the minimum amount of experience you can possibly get by killing the mandatory bosses, in order to get the quest flags? Like, it was like all these like little things. I was like, man, people are gonna have so much fun with this stuff. And then we got all these like kind of negative reactions about it, of like people being like, oh, you have to cheat, you have to multi-box to do this competition. Like, there's like, are you saying you're endorsing doing this? And there's like all this random stuff that the community kind of reacted negatively about with this. Because I guess they were kind of feeling like, like some guy who's like willing to spend all this time and like find the best level 1 item is going to be the one who wins it. And it's like, well, yeah, that was kind of the point, right? Like, I was hoping that a bunch of people, like some random like total basement dwelling people would be like, I'm going to spend like frickin' a week on this and like find like what the best possible way with like all these steps is going to be, and then that person will get a prize, right? Like, it's just a completely out there thing. That is what happened. But for some reason people got angry about it, and I was kind of like, I guess I just don't understand. Like, to me, that's cool. It's like, it's not like this is some big feature that we worked on, right? It was just a random idea I had. So like, I really love doing that kind of stuff, and I feel like like it would be cool to do more of that, but it kind of requires, I guess, a certain mindset in the community. So I don't know. Like, there's always this worry whenever you do something like that of like, why are you wasting time on this when you could be doing some other thing, right? Yeah, that could be a concern.
I missed all these. I'm just sitting here thinking back, because I think the reason this came up in conversations on previous podcasts we did with Pox. Pox was going through all of the different battle royales and PvP modes and all these fun events, and I realized there's all these fun events that I missed out on being, a newer head to PoE. So kind of hope at some point those do come back.
I mean, you would have never experienced. You never would have experienced. You never would have experienced Descent, which was another one of those kind of like kind of relatively quick to make things that we did, where we just kind of remixed a bunch of content and put it in a random order with like special chests and everything. And it was kind of a race event for a race that wasn't the game, and it honestly didn't take that long to make. But yeah, it was pretty cool. It was fun. It was fun making all that stuff. It was really fun.
All right, well, plus one for...
It was incredibly enjoyable. Well, what you missed, DM, the best one was like I remember you guys put the BR into a Twitch Rivals, and it was
right.
It was massive. It was hilarious.
Well, plus one for mini games coming in the future. Something that I didn't... Maybe I'm just dumb, but I didn't see it in any of my early play tests. I didn't see it in any of the interviews or any of the footage you guys showed. Gym quality is obviously a thing. We have like Gym Lean Legionnaire, for instance, showing you a plus 12. The quality, obviously, it's scale, not support, was a difference made. But how do you actually do that? From I didn't see any gym colors anywhere, so I'm curious to know what's going on with gym quality and the impact that you're hoping gym quality will have in the game.
Yeah, so effectively what we've done is we made gym quality a late game thing, because so it's kind of an end game that you get it. It's not restricted to any one system or anything like that, but it's just something that starts dropping in end game only. And effectively, yeah, they just increase like various things. Now, gym quality was one of those things that I think was a bit overcomplicated, or like there was things where like we want to try and do a little bit better when it comes to like what stats we're choosing to scale, to make that a little bit more fun. I don't have a full list of what they are or anything like that yet. Mark, this is actually something that's like coming in really late. Like I know gem quality is a thing we're doing. Like the balance of that has only been done in like the last few weeks. But yeah, it is a thing. It's like it's nice to have another kind of grind that's like you know, just to perfect the gem. And there's even a few other things like that of like perfecting your gems. There's one other one, but I don't know whether it got in or not. So maybe I shouldn't mention it. That's relating to that. So
no, you can mention it. Sure,
a little bit later.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
It's like you need to have like quite a few different systems at the end where it's like, okay, you can just eke out another 20%. You can eke out another 20% with this. You can eke out another 20% of that, right? And so you kind of want to have a lot of those things. So there's the role of fusing orbs, which that was the thing. I don't know whether it's in or not, so I'll just leave that as a cliffhanger there. There's things like you've got gem quality. You've got which I think is the 20%, and then of course the Gem and Legionnaire can go above that. Now, generally speaking, it has to improve the skill by 20% in some axis, but we're not going to say, it's not just going to be just damage, like it's going to be something, ideally a stat that, like, I mean, it may be in some cases, but ideally it's always something that's kind of a bit more interesting than that. So that's the hope anyway. And because of the fact that it's not just damage, that means that we can have it be something that's sort of end-game only. And it's going to be harder to get than most other things, because regular quality items you can get by salvaging. From other items that drop with quality, but I believe that gems don't drop with quality, so every single point of that is going to be hard earned using a GCP, a Gem Cutter's Prism. So yeah, that'll kind of be one of those just final grinds at the end game of like getting all of those, getting enough of those, and yeah, I think that should be just one of those extra things.
That answers that. So speaking of skill gems, there was one other skill gem that we saw teased one time and then wasn't talked about again, which was mounts in particular. Also is going to the Ranger, right? We saw the Ranger, but two questions here, which is, are there more than just the Roa mount, and are mounts more than just Ranger? Can I be expected to be a Titan double-fisting two-handed maces swinging off the back of a Roa?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
So the Rangers are sorry.
I didn't honestly even notice mounts.
Roa, I should say, is a Ranger. Well, no, I mean it's not Ranger only, but the bonus that it gives is the ability to fire while without slowing down. So only bow. Well, yeah, only like arrow skills are ones you can actually fire off the back of a Roa. So anyone else could ride it, but it's not going to give you any advantage to do so, because it's just like the main thing you're getting is the ability not to slow down with arrows. So yeah, it's not like some larger system really. It's just like a thing we made for that, and we just thought it was cool. And because the thing is, we don't want mounts to be like faster. So the reason why it's faster for the Ranger is because she gets to not slow. She just effectively gets to not pay the penalty of slowing down while shooting. But we don't want mounts to just be faster than running in any case, because if we do that, then it's like the whole different gameplay consequence, and like that we don't want to have to deal with.
The same thing that.
So effectively, that sort of limits the number of things we can do with a mount like that. Now, I think it'll be cool later to do more mounts for more things. Like I'm sure there's ideas that you could have that would be cool. But at least for the time being, that's the mount that we've got, and we won't be.
I am hearing, for the sake of roleplay cosmetic Andy, I do get to at least sit on the mount and walk around in town or something like
if you
that.
want.
Okay.
Sure. And we could probably make some cosmetic mounts as well that were the same in that same vein, I suppose. Nothing stopping us doing that. So that might be fun.
I mean, on that topic, I'll pitch you this idea. Obviously, I want some royalties. So I like my skeletons to when I mount up to fall apart, and the bones of the skeletons to form a skeletal horse. And when I dismount, I want it to form
Yeah,
the
that'd be
skeletons
sick.
again.
Oh yeah, skeletal horse.
Noted.
Thank you.
You will get exactly one cell. It will be Gossi behind the mount.
That would be so cool. Moving on to assembling things question. It's crafting related.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this because the crafting is very different, but it's what we're going to see a lot when we play. But I will ask a couple questions about it. So let's start with essences. Now, we are confirmed to be able to use essences multiple times where they guarantee a modifier. What we've seen is making a normal item into a magical item, guaranteeing one modifier. We've seen essences making a magic item, a regaling essentially, to turn into rare with a guaranteed second modifier if we want to. So I guess the first question is regarding essences, is this a guaranteed specific modifier, or is it a 1x speed modifier or 1x attack modifier?
Yeah, so it is listed as it's one of a group, but in many cases, that for a given item type, there's only one mod of that type that could spawn anyway. So effectively, like in those cases, it's completely guaranteed. But there's a few cases where it could be one of a couple of mods. But generally speaking, for a given item type, it will just be one mod. And the main reason why we did it that way, even though mostly it's just a single mod anyway, is because we didn't want to have the thing where you've got the giant list where for each item type it's like, here's what mod you're going to get, and like it's kind of annoying. So we just wanted to say like it'll give you a mod of a certain group, and then that way you can sort of know what you're going to get from that. Yeah, effectively, generally speaking, though, you're going to know what you're going to get from that mod, except for like a couple of specific cases, I think.
Okay, on the follow-up there, we talked about that earlier with the wiki in-game to search for monsters. Talked about that a little bit earlier. I guess another question in similar fashion for crafting, is there any idea or desire or even plans to give us the tool to look at the tooltip in-game of seeing these are the modifiers that can be applied to this item?
Yeah, that would be super useful.
Having to go to third-party sites and tools.
Yeah, because like there's so many third-party stuff now, but then that I don't know. I feel like that puts like redundancy on these third-party people who've done so much work. I don't know. Yeah, that one's tough as well, because it's like it's something that maybe should be in the game. Maybe, I don't know.
So we actually were going to have, so I'll give you some, okay, so at the event that you even went to, DM, there was probably, you might have noticed the crafting bench that we still had in that version. And that actually got cut. And so what that was going to be was, not only was it a crafting bench, but also it effectively served as your as your encyclopedia of mods. Because you could see when you put an item in there exactly what mods could actually go on it, because the user interface not only sort of had the crafting thing, but it also had kind of like the like, here's the mods that can spawn, and like, sure, some of them are grayed out because you can't you can't craft them on this item, but you could at least see what they all were. So we actually kind of were working towards something like that, but the problem was that the crafting bench had all sorts of issues, which, I mean, I could go into if you want, but like but suffice to say, the feature got cut, and so now we currently don't have something like that. And that's a bit of a shame, because I do think that being able to see that stuff in game is good, and like we were actually doing something useful with that. So it's possible that we might bring something like that back a little bit later. Like we did a bunch of UI work to kind of get this to be the case. And I do think that it's good to have that stuff in game. It's just that we don't currently have that for mods. That's a bit of a shame.
Not to dive into.
I mean, I think it's good that they've thought about it and they were like trying to work towards it. So maybe like in the future we'll see something. Some kind of program or, in-game add-on or whatever, maybe it'll get added on.
You want to go ahead? Sorry. I was going to say, not to dive into the reasons for the cut of the crafting bench as much as to, do you still expect it to come, or is it a decision like we shouldn't have this in the game as much as like it's not ready technically, there's bugs or something, it's like a to be determined, or is it like, nah, firm decision?
it was a design problem, not a technical problem. So I might as well just go into it, right? Might as well just go through the whole thing. So effectively, we had this whole, so during betas actually, we had a lot of feedback all the time about people saying, I don't have a way, you're not giving me the tools to fix the problems that I have with my build, right? And the type of player that we were getting that from a lot was PoE1 players, right? Because they're used to the crafting bench, and the crafting bench absolutely is a way to be able to fix problems with your build. So the first way that we I'm trying to think back. So the problems that we had with the crafting bench is it kind of trivialized certain mods, and the issue the designers often have is like, okay, effectively what it does is because the mods you can get from the crafting bench are kind of like, they're not top tier, but they are kind of good enough, I guess. So it meant that effectively a rare item was only it was only 5 mods plus a crafted mod, and that sort of reduces the amount of power you can get at the top end on some level, or like the level or the degree to which randomness can cause an item to be good relative to the average item. Which some people would say is a good thing, right? And some people would say is a bad thing. But the point is, there was always this contention around this, right, with the designers and so on. So that was like sort of one of the issues. And so then, the other issue was just the way the costing was. I think it was just like, I can't remember exactly what we were unhappy about with that, but effectively we were unhappy about that. So we came up with another design. And the first design of it was, what we're going to do is we're going to say that whenever you get an item, you can salvage a mod off an item that will destroy the item, and then you'll get some kind of juice of that.
All right, we're going to take a break from this one. I'm looking at some other stuff. I kind of want to watch this, it's a minute long, boys. It's a minute long. Can you guys handle that? It's called Gamescom Recap. Gamescom Recap. I don't know. That'd be pretty good. Looks like people cosplaying, man. It's pretty sick. People running. They're running for Kitava. That is pretty sweet. Freaking statue and everything. Get the PoE merch. That boss looked pretty cool, man. The skeleton dude. Damn. Okay.
Path of Exile 2 is one of the games.
Oh shit, boys. It's Asmongold. Yo, he's looking at the first look at gameplay
that I am the most excited for. I know a lot of guys out in LA, like
I actually haven't watched this either.
Even saw like DM fly down to LA, and a lot of other
you guys
people
don't know.
came out
I
to
actually
see an
do
event
watch
that
a
they
lot of
had
Asmongold,
recently.
so
I was a little jealous, right? I would have been able to go, but I just I don't really like to travel. And so I'm very excited to be able to play this game myself. So this is a really long time ago. This is back when I was dating Pink Sparkles, and I remember she left to visit her family, and I was like, "Oh, it's too bad you have to leave on Thursday."
Yo, it's too bad, man. Yeah, that's every gamer has been like that. It's too bad, man.
The day before the PoE League comes out. Man. I'll have fun. I'll see you later.
It's like,
And
oh
what a
no.
bummer, right? What a shame. I remember she came back and I was still playing the game, and at that point I was trying to speed farm Cortex to like actually buy a headhunter, and I had to quit the game because like she came back and she just like would not tolerate me playing the game all day. And after like I think that like this was after like one of like our like 30 breakups, or probably more than that, like 50 or 100 breakups. I spent all of my currency and every piece of currency that I possibly had on ancient orbs, and I ancient orbed a headhunter, and I recorded it. I don't know where the video is of it, but I was so fucking happy. Thunder Brother, yes, I did. All's well that ends well. PoE2 is better than Diablo 4. I think that it will have... If you are a hardcore ARPG fan, I think that you can almost guarantee that PoE2 will be a more fulfilling experience than Diablo 4.
Yep. 100%,
Even though I
boys,
think Diablo
man.
4 is filling a niche very well. And it's filling a larger... Like, I think Diablo 4 will always be bigger than PoE. I think it will always be bigger. However, I think PoE in a lot of ways is a better game for, like, a more hardcore player. We'll see. We will
for
see.
sure. Wait, have we watched
By the way,
this?
This is what I'm gonna play.
I don't know if I watched this.
I'm certainly not.
No, I have not.
How exciting.
Yeah, I was really excited for this. Okay. This is... Oh. Bro, like, so we're just starting off and we're gonna be doing a boss fight? See, this is the difference between like a good game and a bad game.
The witch
is
gameplay.
Like a good game advertises itself by just being like, yeah, by the way, here's gameplay of this really good game, and so you're gonna look at the gameplay, and then there it is.
Yeah,
right?
you're gonna know exactly
Trailer
what
versus
you're gonna
gameplay,
get into, man.
All right, let's go. It's like a Katava style. Oh, fuck you, man.
Jonathan Rogers.
Never mind. Shit.
Fucking got you baited.
Game director on Path of Exile 2, and I'm here today to talk about the Witch.
Okay. This is the main Necromancer archetype, so I will be having to play a girl character in this game. It is...
Yeah, boys, we're gonna be playing the Blood Magus, which is part of the Witch, I believe. It was that, or fuck, what was the other one that sounded really cool? Path of Exile 2. I keep on wanting to call them prestige classes. I got Dungeons and Dragons brain on me right now, man. Ascendancies. Ascendancy. Is there a ascendancy overview? Supportash. Ah, yeah, the Titan one. Okay, it would be either the Blood Magus or the Titan. It would be freaking... It'd be pretty sweet, man.
Is what it is.
Classes have access to some kind of minion, but if you want to control an army, the Witch is probably the class you want to pick.
Fuck yeah, yeah.
In PoE2, most
even the Chronomancer was really cool too.
This scepter gives me a couple of free warriors, but it's also...
Do they function like... Because, you know, you can do that with carrying golems, right? With that one passive?
also going to give me another resource called Spirit, which you can spend on whatever minions you want. You can see the Spirit bar above the mana here. On the skill screen, you can pick the composition of your army. This is a level 2 area, so I can only afford one other minion.
Dude, I want to play. Yeah, I'm actually... I want to play this.
Necromancer build.
Pick a sniper for now.
Yeah, honestly, man.
Oh, man.
When minions die, they'll be revived automatically so long as no other minion has died recently. So before your next battle, all your minions will come back to life.
I wonder if they decided to do this before or after the ring for Season 1 in Diablo. Because, like, dude, that ring as a Necromancer totally changed the way that, like... that ring was so nice, right? Like, I remember thinking, like, if they ever get rid of this ring in the future, I'm never going to play this game again. This game's free? Yeah, this is a free game, guys.
Yeah. free
You
game.
can also order your minions around with a dedicated button. Tell them to move to
Yeah,
a specific
only
location.
only spent $480. Free game. Yeah, feels good, man. Feels good.
Attack a specific enemy, or even open a chest or door for you.
Wow. There's no like feeding frenzy or something.
We also have temporary minions. This spell is called Unearth. If it kills a monster, or if it hits the corpse of a monster, it creates these bone constructs. They can't take many hits and have a limited lifetime, but you can build up a real...
So it's almost like the skeletons are like zombies or golems now. But you still have things that function as like summon raging spirits or skeletons. Okay.
Army with these.
Yeah, the thing about the
but more of the army is passive.
The army and creating undead and everything,
right?
Is that it like regenerates. Like you just get more after a time.
It spreads to nearby enemies.
So if one dies, you're like, oh, I just get another one automatically.
Oh, like the Lich King.
It's like, why not?
If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them.
Listen to this again. Ho up.
The infection going. If any corpses are infected when you summon a minion from them, the minion will be infected as well. Each time they hit an enemy, they'll continue infecting them. It's
synergy. Yeah, someone in chat said that.
Naturally. Man. How do they keep doing it, man? God damn.
nice to have an army of infected scorpions on your side. I also have another chaos debuff called Essence Drain. This one does even more degen.
Yeah, Essence Drain.
If the monster is infected with contagion at the same time, then the Essence Drain will spread as well. This can turn into a real plague of destruction. Another minion type I can summon are zombies.
Dude, I feel like this class is gonna be so OP. It's gonna be so good.
Let me see the zombies.
They don't come back to life if they die, but they're fairly tough and can bolster your minion numbers.
Okay, so you know with the Blood Magus, I want to play Ensanguinate. Basically like Ensanguinate, but like a Blood Magus. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember playing Ensanguinate like a couple of seasons ago. Actually, that was probably 2 years ago. It's been a bit. But I thought Ensanguinate was so cool.
This is just like, to me, it's level 2, man. Like you level, dude. Like it's just so good. I feel like I'm being a fanboy right now, but like, this is just good.
Yeah, him and every other Path of Exile.
It's 2 minutes in. Like,
many minions also have command skills. I can order my sniper to deploy a gas arrow on the battlefield to get some damage over time.
That's cool. You basically have like
glazing so hard.
It's like having special abilities, and each it's like different like minions. You can tell them to do things.
Now I'm going to
That's
summon
really
a
cool.
Skeletal Arsonist. They can throw little fire grenades, but they also have a command skill that can detonate your own minions that are low on life.
That's what?
Huh.
Do. Yo, thank you for the something. I don't know what that was, but thank you.
Use the skill and the minion will go boom. It's particularly nice on these bone constructs because they expire quickly anyway. So, let's take all these tools we found and fight the boss of this area, the Carrion Crone.
By the way, he is going to absolutely wipe the fucking floor with this boss, because minion builds in this game are so fucking broken, overpowered, that they cut the damage that Carrion Golem did in half, and it was still one of the best builds in the game.
I don't even know.
Broke it. It's crazy. Like, this is what I'm playing this.
Anyways, whoever you are, thank you. I appreciate
it's not even gonna be
the follow, subscription, whatever
And
it
I
was.
also have, like, to be honest, I have the deepest knowledge for, like, PoE and minion builds. I'm at 10% instead of 5%. Look. Yeah, look.
I think like even like explosion, like explodey skeletons is really fun. I used to play that as well.
Melted.
So,
go back and look at the combat demos for the other bosses with the other classes. What did this boss do? Who knows and who cares?
That's how many minions you can get at level 2. But let's see what minion gameplay looks like at a higher level.
Ooh.
This is a level 30 area. I want to try a different group of minions. I still have my trusty warriors, but there's a lot of different types to choose from.
Right.
Like brutes for stunning or ice mages for freezing. And most of them come with their own special abilities or command skills. For now, I'd like a couple of storm mages to shock enemies, a cleric to heal and revive my minions, and a bunch of reavers as well. Reavers do high damage, and you can also enrage them before battle. This slowly kills them, but my cleric should be able to keep them alive. While my minions are attacking, I can use channeled skills like Bone Storm, which creates a devastating volley of sharp spikes.
Well, how does this work? Okay.
The Storm Mage has a useful ability if lots of your minions
What if
die.
I should do
He can
bone
summon
spikes?
a lightning storm to strike the location of every dead skeleton in your army. Just like that. We also have a type of
See,
skill.
this is the kind of game I want you guys to understand that I've put 2,000 hours, probably 3,000 even, hours into Path of Exile 1. And if I were to think about, like, what percentage of the game do I understand about, like, 25% of the game.
Oh yeah, that's like same for me, man, dude. Like, I don't know, like, I usually stick to like a couple types of builds and like how I like to play, and I don't usually go outside of that. Like, I don't often play chaos builds. I don't often play pure evasion builds. And I've never played trap builds myself, so I understand that.
Yeah, maybe 25.
Called offerings. These let you impale one of your skeletons on a big spike of bone in order to buff all of your other minions.
No way you're that high. You're probably
The one I've
right,
just
you
used
know?
here is called Pain Offering. It makes all of my other minions faster and deal more damage.
Pain Offering.
After the battle, we have some extra corpses. We don't want those to go to waste. Profane Ritual consumes a corpse to create a power charge.
That's what it
which can
is.
Power up some of my other spells.
Oh,
If I
power
use them
charges
to
have a
summon
longer
zombies, I
lasting
can create
time.
super zombies, which are more powerful. You also don't need a corpse to summon.
Oh,
them.
and then
Where'd
you
the
can
power
like
charges go?
right. So like I remember in the Monk playthrough, the game Monk gameplay trailer, whatever. Right, you can use the power charges, and then you spend them to do more interesting things like create like a wave of electricity, or it was like a wave or like a almost like a breath weapon. Like, I don't know, man. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
So he uses
I can
them
also
to
use
summon.
power charges to channel Bone Storm. If I do that, it adds a devastating AoE.
Jesus Christ.
You know, we actually haven't seen this level before. Oh, that's really cool.
Wait, what the hell is this?
In PoE2, even non-boss monsters can be pretty devastating, like this Faradin Impaler.
So
There's a wide
this is
variety of
probably like the
abilities and it's
equivalent
pretty
of a
tough.
yellow
that
mob.
Was a... That's not even. That's a normal mob? It's a blue mob? What the fuck?
Yeah. Holy shit, eh? No, I think that's good.
But
You know,
maybe
you
I can put the body to a better use. This is a bind spec.
because like in PoE1, you know, you just like race through like blue mobs literally are just white mobs. You know, they just have color. You know, and then I guess the yellow guys are the guys who are like, oh shit, well I actually have to hit you now. And then major bosses is like, oh, you're basically like a blue mob but with extra health.
Gem. Using it.
We're all like, yeah. Why I use the gorillas, man.
I can take the body of any enemy and capture its spirit so that I can keep it as a
Remember
minion.
them gorillas?
Any monster can be captured, but the spirit cost depends on how powerful the monster is.
Oh, it shows you on the ground if it costs spirit, and then you could summon it from the ground like that. That's super
It takes
cool.
a lot of spirit for such a powerful enemy, so I'll have to unsummon a lot of my other minions. But it certainly seems like it might be worth it.
Skeletal Cleric.
Wait, so does she? There's no way
If the
she
Spectre
casts.
dies, just like any other minion, it will respawn after a short time.
There's.
Oh. Oh man, I don't know, man. I feel like summoner build seems like the way to go.
So I think
What
it's
the
time to
heck?
fight the boss of this area, Tor Gull the Defiler.
You are relentless, and that makes you predictable.
Oh my god.
Dude, I can't stop smiling, man. I can't.
Spectres are always the
I'm,
best
I'm
builds.
blushing
Remember
because
those,
of
like,
PoE.
ice specters that were just like super OP? I think it was like ice damage. Okay, here we go.
Yo, is this like Katava, but with 6 arms? Wait, the bone spears. Like the way the bone spears looked, like it looked like you charge it up, you know? Like it's a charge up ability. Oh yeah, wait, charge up is like channel. Yeah. You know, I actually wish they had more channeling abilities, honestly. Cause I remember like long time ago where they actually had channel nodes.
I really should have gone that way. Oh man. Oh my god. This is unfair to fair. Oh my god. What is this? This is so good. What the fuck? I know. This is crazy.
It is pretty wild. It is pretty wild, boys. Another okay, so other than PoE2,
like, because you can see obviously every attack that he did is an augmented, in my opinion, kind of. I think I love Kitava as a boss. I think these are kind of like better versions of Kitava attacks. Like the Fire Breath is a Kitava, the Scrape attack is Kitava, that's Kitava.
something about like PoE2 so far is that because like the gameplay is a little bit slower, is that it allows the bosses to have like a more smoother and more realistic like movement system as well. That's what I think. You know, you have like they're like telegraphing, you know, something, right? And you can actually see what they're doing.
Kitava, this is really good. Dude, this looks amazing. Yeah. Ripped all the minions though. Yeah, but they'll get resummoned. See, they're coming back. I feel like minion resummoning and keeping minions in combat and how to balance minion damage and how much damage minions take inside of a combat situation like this, a lot of games don't really get right. Like, it's either like the minions are invincible and they're like cosmetic, like they never take any damage, or they get like one shot constantly. So yeah, I really want to play this out to know like kind of how it really feels. I never did Falconer in Last Epoch. I never did. I didn't play it.
I would kind of like to play Last Epoch. Last Epoch.
Somebody says in chat, they're like, it feels nice to be excited for a game you know won't disappoint you. Here's the truth, is that there have been a lot of like updates in PoE that I didn't like and changes that were made that I didn't like. And I think that that was fair, right? However, I know that the people that are making the game are competent and are trying to make a good game. So even whenever they miss,
yeah,
it doesn't like make me mad, right? Like I'm not mad. It's just like, oh, well, hopefully they'll get it next time and then I'll come back and play, right? Yeah, like there's like an inherent and implicit trust. In the end, they'll deliver. Yeah, mistakes happen.
I feel like if you're a Blizzard fan, your trust has been... it's
so I guess maybe when he's lower health, he does the
fire
tornadoes.
It's a lot lower. Especially if you're like a WoW player.
By the way, like one element of this is like, look at the, is that a lightning attack that he just did? That looked really cool. I'm going to be real, like visually, like Diablo 4 looks great. It looks amazing, but this looks as good as Diablo 4. And I think it has a darker style, which makes me like it more. I think that like visually, this is about the same as Diablo 4 in terms of fidelity, but like the style of this I like a lot more.
Okay.
Oh fuck, it's almost over. Shit.
Alright, what else? No, I think it's pretty much done.
More, yes.
Alrighty. I don't know if there's anything else that like we really need to watch. I think like we watched a lot of like the important stuff. Mercenary Showcase. I think we've watched that before. That was a year ago? Bro. That was a year ago? What the heck? Redefining the console experience. Console trailer. I mean, hey, let's watch the console trailer. We might as well.
Ogham was once a peaceful land.
Wait, Ogham. Yeah?
Ogham was once a peaceful land. But each day descends further into madness. Famine and plague besiege us. The very earth is being poisoned. The Count's men, once our protectors, have turned on us. And now, they come for me.
Oh! So this is the, Oh! Okay.
I must be the one to face this nightmare. No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself! But I need not do it alone.
Couch co-op, let's go! Wait, that's actually so sick! That's like, okay. Seeing that reminds me, playing like old, okay, this is like, chat, we're going back in time. This reminds me, like playing Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance with buddies, you know? Dude, I need to play that game again. Dude, that was some good times. Crossplay. Cross progression. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that just makes sense. The Lord of Kin. Yeah. Chat, if you guys have any other ideas what to watch, let me know. I feel like I'm running out of videos here. Sound design and music. Console. Okay, so we watched the console trailer. Which gameplay walkthrough? Mercenary walkthrough. Ranger game 3. Gameplay walkthrough. What's this? Summer Games Fest. Dude, that was 3 years ago. This one's 1 year ago. Agarot trailer. Let's watch this one.
If Edziri could see this now. Ugh, disgusting. Foul creatures.
Oh, this is what they showcased last year. Right.
Vile abomination.
Vile abomination.
The stench. It's getting worse.
Ugh. Yuckies. In the middle, you can see like there's like little tentacle veiny thingies. Yuckies. Yeah. Okay. All right, boys. I mean, I feel like we watched a bunch. Twitch drops. Delayed for 3 weeks. Chat. I can't believe I almost took days off of work just for this. I almost did. Path of Exile 2. Ranger, Mercenary. That was 8 months ago. 5 years ago. Yeah. Anyways, chat. Anyways. I'm probably going to end the stream here. I'm getting a tiny bit hungry again. I'm going to probably go eat something. Though I do want to raid someone. I think I found someone to raid. They're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So we may do that if they allow raids. That's the question. So, yeah. So we'll be doing that. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Next week, chat, we are gonna do a serious PoE2 grind. It's gonna be wild. I'm excited. Like dude, we are gonna no life that game. Yeah. But like we watched a good amount of PoE2 today, so yeah, I'm excited. So we are gonna raid a group of VTubers who have been kind of keeping an eye on. Let's see. I don't know how to spell this. Dionysius. Dionysius. Dionysus. All right, boys. Make sure to say hi. But yeah, we'll see you guys around. And we'll see you guys next week for Path of Exile number 2. And I hope you guys enjoy Dionysius Mythos. Until next time, I appreciate you guys hanging out. And yeah, until next time. Peace, or, matane. Make sure you have a wonderful, wonderful week. Goodbye.
Isn't working. And let me raid. Let me raid. Let me raid. No, frick! I was gonna raid.
Just raided with 8 viewers.
Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Hyland. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream.